clearer all the time. All we see are all these dead straight lines, and show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. This is where I make my stand. Please don't take me to your la-la land. It's all about geometry. All we see is horizontally. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I find my own philosophy, and you can't bend reality into what you think your cock deceives. Something's happening to me. Don't remind me of how things used to be. We don't need no sycophants. Aren't we all just so sick of that?
And we are live. Welcome everyone. It's a Wednesday, hump day, and I've got absolutely nothing planned again. Well, I say that. I think there's a few things that we need to go over. Maybe it's a misrepresentation. It was we wrote it into Imaginometry that this thing called a subversal, which is a sophisticated way of reversing a question back onto the person that asked the question, but it's later turned into a technique that's used by mainly the blue marble scientists. That's where we started off talking about it, but it's been later changed to the flat earth guys as well. From now on, I'm going to be calling them the false dichotomists, because they're part of the same thing. I think it's a modern day condition that people have been allowed to do this through education, and there's no way of turning it back. You either can see these contradictions, or you can't. You've been fooled by them. There's a quite obvious gap that we've bridged between these, and I think a lot of people are left unable to cross this bridge It's a contradiction thing. And you either can have it or you can't have it. I'd say that if you have a model, you're going to be dealing with contradictions. You have to accept them one way or the other. It's just a fact of life. The reason I think God existed in the past was because of this faith-based thing where people knew that they couldn't know certain things and placed that in the hands of God. Well, modern day people have they've got rid of God. They've killed God. So who takes that place? Where do you place what you used to put into faith for modern day things? Like, where are you? I don't know. I think I come from a privileged position where I don't have a model, and I guess that's hard for people to take. Puts me as a separate, places me in a place all on my own, which I'm okay with that. Just dealing with logic. And well, I think we'll go over a few of the things today. What I will say is, it's definitely not flat earthers. And that's going to upset people because Team Globe and Team Flat can be falsified. Both of them can be falsified. We're only living in reality. Somebody says, I'm not convinced that not having a model is a privileged position, though. Why not? Because I'd say that if you have a model, then you're going to get, let's say, triggered at people who can falsify it. You have to accept contradictions. If you have no model, you don't actually have to accept any of the contradictions that modern life throws at you. There's going to be problems with these two models, and it's been set up that way. I challenge anybody to come and Flat GPT, come on, pop in. Let's have a conversation about it. Well, you see, Flat GPT says, because it feels like it's an excuse not to have to claim anything and therefore not have to defend anything. Well, I'm the one that claims that level is horizontal. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. A straight line lies within a plane. I make those claims. Do you want to call that a model? You can't really have a model of a straight line. But at least I do understand what a straight line is. I do know that there are proofs within reality. I don't have to link that to a model. That's the privileged position that I come from. If you don't know why, then, I mean, that's on you. But I would say 99.99999% of people are living with a given model. I'm not. See, this is where we talk about the subversal. Because Flat GPT now decides to say that I do have a model. It's just a very... What's that? I can't see that. It's got a little heart on it. What does that say? It's a very... incomplete, is it? Incomplete and contradictory one. Well, how can level being horizontal be contradictory? I don't understand. Please explain, Flat GPT. Where is the contradiction with level being horizontal? Since we have proof for it, incomplete. Yeah. What do you mean it's incomplete? The proof for level being horizontal is not incomplete. You do not have to make any implications. I don't have to make any implications from that. That's just the claim at the middle. Or is it? It's Return of the Mac again. Wiggles. He can't keep away, can he? Giggles, wiggles. How many accounts does this person have? Well, since we know that this Flat GPT is not going to come in here, I will still continue with the fact that I do not have a model of anything. And I say that's a privileged position that other people can't have. Or other people, well, I don't know whether people can have it or not. I guess you might have to work at it more than most. And pea butter is another one. It's not flat, pea butter. The earth is not flat. So get over it. This is where the model of these people comes in. Who's the one with the model? If your model is calling other people flat earthers that are obviously not flat earthers, the people that do actually have proofs, then that's why you're there. And you're not coming in here to explain. You have no explanation. You do not make any claims. You guys who sit in the chat saying these sort of things. Okay, here we go. Flat GPT says a model is just a mathematical approximation of reality. No. If you have any ideas about what reality is, then you have a model, however inadequate and incomplete. Well, I can tell you that nobody has to have a model for the entirety of reality. That's ridiculous. If you want to be given that, I'm guessing that's the position you're coming from, Flat GPT. Somebody's given you a model. I'm telling you, I don't have that model that you have. So if you want to come in and try and explain your model that you've been given to everybody else, then that's up to you. I'm telling you, I don't have that model that you have. I do have proofs within reality. Look, again, here's a subversal. Flat GPT says, okay, how do you define a model, Bev? I just say I haven't got a model. Why do I have to define it? Why do I have to define something I don't have? If you're the one with the model, Flat GPT, you come and tell us what it is. You think a proof is a model, because I don't. I think having proofs within reality are just that. They're proofs within reality. They're not models of anything. You build your own models of things. That you do that. I'm telling you, I don't have the necessity to have to build models. It's not important. It's irrelevant for me. You tell me what it is then, Flat GPT. Flat GPT says, to know that you don't have one, you need to have at least a vague sense of what it is that you don't have. Come in and tell us what is it? And this is the problem, because Flat GPT hasn't got a clue what he's talking about. He'll be busy Googling it now or something, asking Chat GPT, what is a model? So he can present it. I don't have a model of reality. I have proofs within reality. This is exactly what I was going on about tonight. Here we go. Flat GPT yet again. Everybody knows who this person is, and everybody's met people just like this. I claim I don't have a model. It's not flat. It's not globe. Dogmatic globe. I can falsify both of them. So do I have to replace it? I don't consider I need to replace it. I can just make claims like other people are free to do. You can make the claim that you can try and falsify my proof that level is horizontal. Do your best. If you say you have a model, then I can falsify that too, or attempt to falsify it. If it's a true model, then it won't be able to be falsified. Pretty simple. So if you don't want to tell us what you think of a model, then how can we assess anything you claim? I'm not asking you what your model is. I'm asking you what a model is in general, definitional sense. The model is what you make it. I don't have to tell you what the model is that I don't have. If you have a model, then you can tell me what your model is.
It's a mental construct.
Yeah.
It's a mental construct, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a model.
I can't tell whatever his idea of the model is. I've not got a clue. I'm telling you, I don't have one.
And many of us here, I'll speak for myself, have dropped the idea of requiring a model, because why do you need one? What good and what purpose is it going to have a model? For what?
Flat GPT, I will tell you, right? Your model is your model. It's inside your head. If you do not have the rhetoric or the ability to express that to anybody else, don't go around asking other people to express it to you. What you want to hear. You haven't got a clue. You don't even know how to express your own model. So asking other people to present that to you in definitional form is ridiculous. Sounds like QE or Nathan Oakley approach. In fact, it might be Nathan Oakley, actually. That'll be why he doesn't want to come in and have a chat. Yeah, obviously, if you can't come in and have the conversation about it, Flat GPT or Nathan Oakley, whatever you want to be called, hide behind sock accounts, it's up to you. If you can't express what you think your model is, then fair enough.
And I think just looking at, Mishu says a model is not reality. How about that definition? Then Mishu says it's bad definition. I know. No, it's not. No, it's not. Think about what a model is. If you have a model car, is that the actual car? Right? If I have a model of a 69 Corvette, is that an actual 69 Corvette? Can I get in it, drive it? No. By definition, a model is not reality. And we concern ourselves here with reality. So if you want to concern yourself with a model, by all means, go ahead. It's a mental construct. That's all it is.
Yeah, I think you're fixated upon this model. I mean, I know it must be hard for you if you do actually have a model that you want to keep pushing on people without actually defining it for yourself and having no ability to define it for yourself. Yeah, Nathan Oakley would get upset about that sort of stuff as well. Somebody catching him out as though it is him. So, I mean, that doesn't really help us. You could still be Nathan Oakley. You're reacting exactly the same. You flat earthers have models that you need to present. I mean, nobody really knows what the flat earth model is, so I can understand your problems with it. People often have problems dealing with the globe model, but at least there is models of that, right, for you to place within your mind. Once again, I don't have that model. I don't.
He seems to want you to make a claim about what you believe a model is. A definition of a model for yourself.
For something that I don't have.
Right. I don't know.
Define that what you don't have.
Can I ask one question for GPT? If his model is of flat Earth is flat, this is my question. If his model is flat.
Yep. There you go, chat GPT. You've been asked, is your model flat? Yes, he says. There you go. Flat GPT has a flat model. Well, I can falsify that because I've measured elevation changes.
But fair enough, in your mental construct, given what Bev just said, in your mental construct, maybe it is flat. Fine. Go with that if you'd like to go with that. But it actually, in reality, if you're talking about the place where we live, Earth's not flat, mate. Sorry. Just isn't.
For me, saying that model is flat, I can imagine a map.
Yes,
but
that would be one.
But it is contradictory to reality because we know that we don't live on a map.
I think it was Brenda that said the map is not the terrain.
Yeah, he was right. Yeah.
Yeah.
All maps are flat, though.
Can you hear me?
Oh, no, he says now. Now, he says. Because, look, we asked whether the model was, and he put yes, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Now he's saying, it's my model. Is my model flat? No. No, it most certainly isn't. And apparently there needs to be an apology for him saying yes, then no.
So another oxymoron.
Yeah.
We have, so he has...
Diletheist.
So he has not flat model of flat Earth. This is quite contradictory for me, at least.
Yeah, he's called Flat GPT, says yes when you ask him if his model is flat, then says no, it most certainly isn't, and then expects an apology. Now, if that doesn't show how contradictory these guys are, particularly when mentioning models, then I don't know what to say about that. Most people could see that, and I guess most people who are trying to think of their own model at the minute, like what does it mean? How would you express it? It's only a construct that you have in your mind. That's it. You don't have, nobody's actually made a model to present to somebody and say, here, look at this. Like a 1/16 scale model of something. Like, nobody has that, and nobody will ever have that. Well, except, of course, the flat earthers that are coming out now. Those ones with pillars and domes and stuff. Yeah, Flat GPT, that's your name. What else have I got to go off? The things that you say and what you call yourself. I know there's other people like Flat Earth Math. He gets upset because, I mean, it sounds like he's a flat earther. Sounds like he's representing the mathematics of the flat earth. But, I mean, he gets upset too. I don't know why people do that. You should have tried changing your name to something different if you don't want to be people thinking that you're a flat earther. Coming round here asking us about models. Flat dude. I just assumed, right, because we started off by saying we're not flat earthers, and then a flat GPT comes into the chat getting all triggered about models. People who don't have models don't give a shit. There's people that don't give a shit as well. Definitely, Emma, yes. Completely obsessed with flat earth. Right, so what we're going to go over today is the idea of this thing. Let me get it for you guys in Discord. Now, this is from a show we did on Monday, but this is just going to be us going over some of the chat. Let's see this one here. As you can see, there is a lot of replies to this one since Monday. And this is Beddy. I don't know, I think he's Flat Earth Society. Definitely confused individual. Probably part of, probably a false dichotomist. I know I've made it up, but I can't think of how else to express that. So these guys have they are within the false dichotomy, and the false dichotomy is these guys who've made models of what they suppose reality to be, but none of them can actually present the model. The models are just, like the guy says, he says they're mathematical models, but really what he means is that the reasoning is a mathematical understanding and how you've come to justify the model that you hold of what your reality is. Now, because education has led us to believe certain things, and you've been given this... well, basically, you've been given a model at the early years, from age 1 to 7, 8 years, something like that. That's when your model gets locked in. There's nothing you can do about it. So it's locked into the child mind, and that's why it seems a little bit hard to express it, because you're accessing a part of your brain before you could reason anything for yourself. It's locked into a child part of your brain, and therefore it becomes difficult to link the adult existence to this childlike model that you were given, because you weren't ever given any facts about it. You were just sort of presented a model, and you've built upon that to end up in the place where you are today. See, nope, not once did I claim anyone had a model. So there you go. He's triggered at me saying that I don't have a model, but then saying that he hasn't said that anybody has a model. He's just upset that I can't define what his model is, or whatever model. Like I say, the model is within your mind. You make it. You've made the whole model for what you presume reality to be. Call it your worldview. All of your experiences, all of the knowledge and everything that you've gained over years, all go together to make your understanding of whatever. And that goes for everybody. Everybody's individual models are built up through what they've been taught and what they've learned and what they've experienced. You've got nothing else to go off. I'm not listening to you, Flat GPT. No. We're doing a show. Come on in. Click on the link. Somebody send a link out there. Click on the link. Come into Discord. We'll make sure that you can come in here and you will be heard. At the minute, you're just chatting with the guys in the chat. It's got nothing to do with what we're doing here, right? So this comes from Monday. Now we did a show on Monday, going over certain models. Pick your model to falsify, I think it was called. And obviously, certain people got
claims.
really triggered. Pardon?
Yes. And certain claims.
Yeah.
So because people are claiming something like this nautical miles per degree or whatever.
Right. So this is a quote. It's even got a link on it. You can go back to it into the show to see where this was mentioned. So this is a guy called Beddy, the proofless dogmatician from the globe side. I call him Flat Earth Society, really, because that's when he came in. He's more of a flat earther than he is a globe earther, and this is an expert way of saying that. So he quotes paper. He does like quoting paper, and he says, "Paper. The distance to Polaris is 2,700 nautical miles." I don't know. I'm pretty sure paper didn't say that. Did you say that, paper?
I said that in conditional, that this is the claim of this celestial navigation. So it is not my claim.
Okay.
And
well,
by the way,
I can't even remember you putting numbers
and this
to
is
it.
this. It is conclusion, and in the end of his post, he's repeating this sentence because it is conclusion from, let's say now, celestial navigation claim. So this is conclusion. I don't know why he is putting this in the front of my statement.
He says, he says the reason behind this is as follows. So he's now talking. You just said the distance to Polaris is 2,700 nautical miles. He's misrepresenting it. You didn't just say that.
Yes.
I mean, that's a ridiculous claim. But anybody can go back and look over it, right? It's put a link there, so you can go and listen to it yourself.
Yes, but he's making but he's making this quotes that this is what I said supposedly. By the rest of this is his reasoning.
Yeah. The rest of it is what Beddy's wrote, right? And
yes,
that's what all of the replies are, right?
And this is misrepresentation because this rest of his reasoning, this was my reasoning. I put that. I said that. That because of this one nautical mile per degree, we have this numbers that at 45 degrees, we will have 45 multiplied by 60 nautical miles. It gives us 2,700 nautical miles. Distance to GP of Polaris. This I am just repeating claim of celestial navigation. This is not I didn't invent that.
Yeah.
But if we have 45 degrees, of course, we have isosceles right angle triangle. So inevitable conclusion is that the distance to height of the Polaris should be the same as distance from the observer's position to Polaris has to be the same because we have isosceles triangle. So this is conclusion. So this distance to Polaris is conclusion from claim made by celestial navigators, not me.
Okay. Right. Well, like I said back then, when you said it. I said, you've put numbers
Yeah.
to that, and I'm not too sure that's wise. Right? Because we know how triangles work and we know how trigonometry works. But all we're talking about is a measured angle. Now, what we're saying, I think what you should have said, if there's a claim to be a distance, then that distance can be replicated with a 45 degree angle and a right angle triangle, right? But it's necessary for the triangle to exist in order for you to be able to do that. Yet we are talking about just an angle measurement. That's it.
Yes, but I said this in context of celestial navigation, and it was within claim of celestial navigation, because these guys who claim that they have already triangle, this is not my claim, this is their claim, that they already have this triangle. So my calculations were within their claim of celestial navigation. So I was operating within their, let's say, paradigm. So it is not my invention.
Yeah, we don't have a distance. That's the point, right?
Yeah,
because
they claim these celestial navigators, let's say, they claim that they have this distance.
No, they claim that they can get that distance from an angle.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Then we say you can't do that. So by going with it, it causes problems. And this is one of the things that, problems are occurring because somebody's imagining a triangle that isn't there. The implications of the triangle are geometric. They're undeniable. Yet, we'll get back to that, right, in a bit. So he then says, he goes on, right? He says 45 degrees is a distance of 45 times 60 equals 2,700 nautical miles. Right? Now, you didn't say that. This is what Beddy's saying. He says, 45 degrees is a distance of 45 times 60 equals 2,700 nautical miles. You notice the difference, what Beddy said, with his first comment. I'll read it again. Beddy claims 45 degrees is a distance of 45 times 60 equals 2,700 nautical miles. He seems to be saying that 45 degrees is a distance. It's not. It's just an angle.
Yes, but I said that, but in conditional.
No, you were talking about the triangle, right? Now, forget about that. He's put that in at the beginning. We're now on to what Beddy says. And Beddy says 45 degrees is a distance. You didn't say that. Right? Beddy's saying that. And then Beddy says, number 2, Beddy says, level is horizontal, therefore North Pole, Polaris, and any point 45 degrees latitude forms an isosceles right-angled triangle. Therefore, the height of Polaris is 2,700 nautical miles. Now, what he's done, he's taken your statement about like trigonometry and the fact that the both arms of this isosceles triangle are equal, to say that the angle is now a distance. That's what Beddy said. Right? Now we progress on from there. So Beddy's made that statement. That's his opening statement. And I say 45 degrees is not a distance though, is it? Remember, you can do fuck all with an angle. Right? Because he's not mentioned the triangle, has he?
Yeah, well, I agree.
Or only in part 2, after he says level is horizontal, which seems like a non sequitur as far as this statement goes with him making these claims. He says paper did not say that 45 degrees is a distance. To which I reply, no, you did. It's here.
Yeah.
He says 45 degrees is a distance. That's Beddy, not paper.
Yeah, I said that. I said only that, and this is true, and I confirm that this is claim of celestial navigation. This is not my claim. I said, and I can repeat that claim of these celestial navigators is that they have degree and therefore they have distance. This is their claim. And they refuse to make a conclusion from that.
See, they don't make the claim, though. Other than
yes,
saying
they do.
they can draw a circle and, you know, but Nathan Oakley has never stated what he can do with the angle. He's never made that claim. Like you did when you made the claim for them. But they never make that claim. That's the problem.
No. Brian's logic said that many times. So it is not my claim.
It also came from an example that I'd given about that, in that I'd asked somebody on FED Viking about that. And I'd asked about, well, because he had stated lots of times there, he gives lots of diagrams of triangles, and he gives angles and he gives distances to the GP. And I said, well, so how about you have an elevation angle of 45 degrees? What would be the distance to the GP? And he answered me 2,700 miles. So I said, can you solve for the rest of the triangle that you've pictured, that you've drawn there, you've represented? He said, oh, we don't do that in celestial navigation. We don't solve the triangle. I said, but the triangle solves itself.
Yeah, you've already solved it. If it's an isosceles triangle, then you've already done that.
So so you've drawn a triangle, and he said, well, we don't do that in celestial navigation. I said, but the triangle solves itself. So if you solve the triangle, you know that you've drawn there, it's obvious there. You know, you can draw some conclusions from that. And he wanted to run away from that. And sent me lots of abuse about that. But
really,
I think that's where the 2,700 miles came from in the conversation, anyway. Because I said that,
it's just calculation, but this claim of 60 nautical miles per degree, it is not really my invention.
No,
I didn't invent that. Brian's logic was saying that many times, and as I remember, also 10th man.
Yeah, well, I mean, out here at the beginning, go back to it again, this is all Beddy's. This whole thing. He's made that statement, not paper, right? Paper just said the distance to Polaris is 2,700 nautical miles once taken with the triangle and the implications of an isosceles. That's all paper was saying. But I mean, this goes on, right? It develops into something. Like I say, this is where the subversal comes in. And Beddy replies, yes, it's clear that I meant 45 degrees corresponds to a distance of 45 times 60 equals, right? Now, he's put that in capitals there. What he meant. He didn't go back and change this to what he meant. So this stayed original. Because that's what I'm presuming. This is what he wants everyone to see. He wants everybody to see this and imagine that these claims are papers. Well, they're not. This is the only bit that he's talking about with paper. The rest of all of this, All of this.
Is Betty's. Yes, it is.
That's
his
all
original.
Betty, not
Yeah.
paper. Right? But he doesn't go back and change it. It still says here 45 degrees is a distance. Well, it's not. An angle is not a distance. It's included in the you can do fuck all with an angle initially for Nathan Oakley or anybody else listening, right? That statement was made to combat people like Betty who want to make the angle into a distance. It's not. It's just an angle. Geometric claims these are. Then Mike says, Betty discovers the arc minute, mistakenly confuses it with distance, which is actually what's happened. I say, so do you imagine that an angle represents a distance then? Perhaps you should explain why you make that assumption first. And Betty says, I didn't say that an angle represents a distance. What did I say? So we go back to here. It says 45 degrees is a distance, not represents, is a distance. That's what Betty said. Remember, he's had a chance to, you can edit it. You can edit this. And he's chosen to say, I didn't say that an angle represents a distance. No, he didn't. He said 45 degrees is a distance, not represents. It is a distance. That's what Betty actually said. This is dogmatic globe tactics and flat earth tactics. In fact, listening to Nathan Oakley, what Betty's doing here is more akin to the flat earth approach. By making the statement and then saying that you didn't say it and never backing it up. That's what Betty's doing here. Much like Nathan Oakley and QE, all of those people, right? In fact, we've got a clip. I'll have to find that clip in the Discord. Can somebody post that clip again? The one that Rob did. And I'll put that on for everyone. He says, I didn't say that.
Yeah, I'm doing this.
I said, it's obvious what you said. It's in the original post. Read it yourself. 45 degrees is a distance, Betty says. I said above what was meant. 45 degrees corresponds to a distance. Notice he hasn't changed it. The original post still says 45 degrees is a distance. And he's replying back to Mike Jones about the arc minute. 1 arc minute corresponds to a distance of 1 nautical mile. There you go. That's another angle. 1 arc minute. That's an angle. And it's a distance 1 nautical mile. Again, Betty is associating an angle with a distance. I don't do that. Does anybody else do that?
Supposedly celestial navigators. This is claim,
yeah.
not mine. So
it's never been explained, right? And again, it's in the statement. You can do fuck all with an angle. That means you can't represent it as a distance because angles aren't distances. It's not a geometric claim for you to be able to do that. Can't be done. Not with just an angle. Mike says, feel free to provide the math, geometry to turn a single angle into a distance. Rooting for you. I can't even give us one step, right? Again. And here's Return of the Mac. Measured shape. Oh, I think I might have got rid of him. Beddy. 60 nautical miles per degree. 1 degree, 60 nautical miles to degree. The degree part cancels out. He's actually trying to do maths. The degree part cancels out. Beddy. Again, he started talking about this. The 1973 survey did not presuppose a model. They measured distances accurately, then compared those distances to the latitude and longitude. They worked out the Beachy Head meridian using lights in the sky. Likewise, the Dunno meridian. They then compared the measured distance, and that was it. That's what Beddy assumes. Mike. Beddy. Lol. We're talking about arc minutes magically becoming distances, little buddy. What's step 1? He says, wrong. Arc minutes are angles, not distances. Try again. So this is Beddy saying this now. An arc minute are angles, not distances. Very confused, yeah. Backwards and forwards.
Yes, his contradiction, because he said in his inferring that it is a distance. So he even didn't bother to remove this contradiction from his statements.
Mm. Not at all. It's just, this is just confusing of everyone, I think. I mean, Nathan Oakley started it ages ago, and this is why it was started, because this is why we said it for people like Beddy. Nathan Oakley's just got upset about it also. Similar reason. Glad we agree that arc minutes are just angles, and you can't just magically make one correspond to a distance in reality. We're all waiting for step 1. And now Beddy says, thanks for conceding that arc minutes are just angles. Note that 60 nautical miles per degree has the word per in it. For example, 60 miles per hour is neither a time nor a distance. Or do you think that 60 miles per hour is a time? Think again, little buddy, waiting for step 1. So, again, he says, note that 60 nautical miles per degree has the word per in it.
Yes, so it is ratio. So, yeah.
It's just somebody who can say, let's say, and it's not actually a measurement.
But it's proportion. So, for example, 60 miles per hour, we call it speed. But this is just proportion. Because we cannot measure speed directly. We measure by proportion. Time multiplied by traveled path, let's say.
Well, here's the thing, right? Let's say 45 degrees. Would you assume that if you also measure 45 degrees, that you have not moved? There is no distance gained.
Yeah. Yeah. So it is just 45 degrees.
It's just 45 degrees, yeah. Now, are you going to say that if you measure 44 degrees, that you have moved 60 nautical miles?
No, you can't say that. It is possible.
Could you have moved further than 60 nautical miles? and measured a 44 degree.
I personally haven't done that, so I can only say that it is possible that if, for example, if you are at this 45 degrees and you travel backward to Polaris, let's say, so to south, some distance, and you 60 nautical miles or 69 statute miles, whatever, and you measured angle again, and you notice that this angle is different by 1 degree, so you can say that you have two angles and distance between vantage points or measurement points or whatever, observers points. So this, it can be done, okay, on the land, but this is it. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, James has said nautical miles are only measured in water.
They are not measured.
What's a nautical mile? Is that an angle measurement?
I have no idea, because you cannot measure distances in the water. It is just impossible. You can have only rough estimations. So
Isn't a nautical mile an angle measurement though? It's not actually a distance. It's just an angle. They've decided to represent 60 nautical miles as a degree. It's just like 60 minutes, an arc minute.
yes, so I think that
It's not actually a distance, it's just an angle.
Yeah, that would be just some calculation. I have no idea, but it is just somebody's claim, not mine. I have no idea basically about celestial navigation. I'm just sticking to the claim. So the claim is that this angle is 60 nautical miles per degree. So, and I made calculations for that, and that's the outcome. It has to be that distance to Polaris. Simple. I'm not saying that this is true. I'm just saying that if it is true, therefore we have distance to Polaris.
Yeah,
But
a nautical
say,
mile isn't like a mile. They're different things.
Yeah,
Don't get mistaken. A mile is a measurement of distance.
Yeah.
A nautical mile isn't the same thing.
Yes. But they say, not me, that 60 nautical miles is 69 statute miles.
Well,
so
again, like if you take that on as your model, then you might find yourself with contradictions, because that's you representing an angle as a distance.
No, I'm just repeating their calculation.
Yeah, I'm not saying you. I'm saying like anybody that does take that upon themselves, right? They would be taking that on. They would then be representing an angle as a distance. And geometrically, you can't do that. But somebody might have given you the idea that you can do that.
Yes, but in conditional statement or in argument, you are assuming that your premise is true. So even if this premise is impossible, because as I said before many times, even impossible premises have logical consequences. And I just have drawn these consequences from this claim. So if somebody is claiming that with angle they have distance to GP of the Polaris, therefore they have distance to Polaris. But they say that they cannot have this distance to Polaris, they don't know. Flat earthers say that they don't know distances to stars. But At the same time, they say that they have distance to GP of the star. It is impossible. If you have distance to GP of the star, therefore you have distance to the star, height of the star. I just showed this calculation for Polaris to expose their inconsistency. Because if they claim they have distance to GP of the star, therefore they have to have distance, the height of the star. It is just it's a must. You have to have that if you have this distance to GP. This is the whole purpose of me saying about this nautical miles, etc. Because they are inconsistent. They say that they have that distance, but they don't know distance to Polaris.
They don't solve, is what they say.
Yes, they don't solve.
They don't
But
solve the height to Polaris,
Yeah,
ignoring the geometry that they're messing about with by saying that they can have an angle become a distance, right? So they're messing about with geometry and then taking back the natural implications of it because they're fucked about with geometry to start off with.
Yeah. So that's why I'm suspicious about this 60 nautical miles per degree, because if they were sure about that, they should have this height of the star. But they say, no, we don't have distances to the stars. Absolutely not. So it is just inconsistent.
Right, if you got
Completely
that,
inconsistent.
Can you see that screen there now?
Yeah.
Right. This is a clip that Rob's done from today. I'll turn it on. It's 30 seconds. Might have to listen to this a couple of times. Listen to this.
Measure the stars for celestial navigation. Some of the principles in mapping are used using those measurements.
We don't know the height.
Just bear with me.
We don't measure the stars themselves. We just measure angles to the stars via the horizon.
Measuring the stars.
Well, they're
in either
visible,
event,
not
if one of the examples was Polaris for that measurement, if you raise in altitude and you're a degree off it, you're not at its zenith, or it's not at your zenith, then it will remain the same regardless of what height you go to. Measure the stars for celestial navigation. Some of the principles in mapping are used.
So somebody asks, so how high are they? And their reply,
we don't know.
Their reply comes
using those measurements.
We don't know the height.
Neil says, not Nathan, Neil, we don't know their height. Well, is Neil showing his geometric ignorance there by saying that?
Not the first time, I would say.
Well, and what does Brian say?
Just bear with me.
We don't measure the stars themselves. We just measure angles to the stars via.
Yeah, they don't measure the stars. They just measure angles to the stars. Call it a right-angle triangle, and then say that they don't solve for one of the sides of the triangle.
Yes, they know this side. They claim they know this side. Because they say that this is this nautical miles to GP of the star. So they have this distance already. But they say they don't. Like, they don't. So they have or they don't. It's just completely ridiculous.
Yeah. And again, listen.
The horizon.
Measuring the stars.
Well, they're
in either
visible,
event, if one of the examples was Polaris,
right, so in either event, Nathan's just basically saying there that, they don't. Well, I don't know whether Nathan knows what they're talking about, really. Don't know if any of them do. Because what we're talking about is the geometric implications of this. The statement, you can do fuck all with an angle. How you come to associate that angle to a distance It's beyond me. I don't know that. Nobody's ever really tried to explain it. Nobody's shown us how this measurement was made. I mean, you can definitely measure angles. Well, I'll give you that. There's tools that measure angles. But who's measured the distance to associate with it?
They just have it.
Nobody.
They claim that they have it. They have full triangle and distance to GP.
Mm-hmm.
This is what they claim. But of course, if you have that, if you have triangle and this distance to GP of the star, as they say, therefore you know height of the star. It is just inevitable consequence. You have this height. If you have triangle and one distance of adjacent. Simple. But they say, no, we don't have height of the star. Yes, they have. I say they have. If they have triangle and this distance, they definitely have distance to the star.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well, what I would say is if you're going to do that, you would have 45-degree triangle at one side, looking up to an object in the sky. And then you would have a 45 degrees at the other end of the baseline, also looking at the same. So you would have two 45 degrees at the baseline. The 90 degree would be up there at the top of your starting isosceles triangle. But because you're using geometry, you can use the half base times height, right? You half the base, you drop a perpendicular from the top of that triangle, drop that down, and you've now made a similar triangle, a 45 degree, except you've moved that 90 degree to the base. You've made two 90 degree triangles at the base, halfway. That's the triangle that these guys are using, not the initial isosceles triangle. It's a different triangle, but you can use geometry to do that. But you have to be able to put that distance between them. You're making the triangle first.
Yes, this is what they do, and they claim that.
You can't make a triangle from a 45-degree angle, because you just have a 45-degree angle.
Yeah.
But the rest of the triangle is made in the mind.
Yeah, yes. But they claim still that they have this. But they say at the same time that they don't have height of the star, which is impossible. If you have this, you have that. So they are perfectly inconsistent. I didn't say that it is possible or it has been measured. No, I am just going with their claim. They claim to have the triangle. They claim to have this distance to GP of the Polaris, but magically they don't have a height of the star. So it is just inconsistent. So something smelly here.
Oh.
I smell shit here.
Right, here we go. Can you see that? Right, I'm gonna do a bit of a drawing here as we can. Right, so you've got. It's gonna be looking a little bit messy. Right, you've got this. And then you're going to measure an angle of 45 degrees. Yeah. Right, so there you go. 45 degrees there. Right, now that's all you've got. Now, what do you do with that? Nothing. You can't do anything. But what you can do is like a little bit of magic, with a little bit of angle magic. And what we do here is, what we're going to do, we're going to assume that there's another 45 degree over here. There you go. Another 45. Now, we've got two 45 degrees. Well, is that any help to you? No. You still can't do very much with that. Well, what we're going to do now is we're going to half it. And now you've got two 90s there. But that makes that 90 there into two 45s. Pull that down there. That's 45. Because what we've done is we've halved this bottom line here. This is now half, and this is a half. So this initial 45 here, or this initial 90 that we had, 45, 45, 90, is now 45, 45. You've got 45, 45, and you've got your 90 down here now.
Yeah.
It's just implications of triangles. That's how triangles work. Now, that's what Nathan Oakley's doing. But because what you can say is, because this is a 45 degree and this is a 45 degree, then this here, because that one is equal to that one. Isosceles triangle, these two distances are the same. That's how triangles work. That's what geometry gives us, the ability to do these things. Now, that's just a geometric implication. But you have to remember is, they've only got this one angle. All the rest of this is just geometric implications. In order for you to do anything, you have to put a distance here or here. And by implying the one distance, you imply the other distance because they're the same. They're equal through geometry. But you can't actually do that because you would be putting a height to this light in the sky up here. The reason we say you can do fuck all with an angle is because of the implications of this. All of this implication that comes, this whole thing, is all through geometry. And the geometry that states you can do fuck all with just one angle.
What's going on, Bev?
All right, bro. Going over
Yeah, I like
implications of geometry. And
if you're going to do celestial
made.
navigation, if you're going to need if you're trying to do celestial navigation, you need the angle, and then you need a map. You need an almanac. I guess you need to name the angle. Yeah, make a triangle out of it.
You need a time. Don't forget.
Yeah, you need a time. You need a exact time where you're at. You need a time zone. You need a freaking approximate or a what do they call it? Assumed position.
Starting position. Yeah. Yeah. You need loads of this. You need loads of things, more than one angle. But we're talking about this one angle here. And Betty says, I meant to say 45 degrees corresponds to a distance. Do you not understand the word correspond? I reply, I understand that in your original comment, you stated 45 degrees is a distance. And now you're attempting to take it back without actually taking it back. Remember, he could go back to his original post and change it if that's what he wanted to do.
He could edit that.
Yeah, he could edit it. He could make it anything, but he hasn't. He's left it there as it was. So he's attempting to take it back, but by saying, leaving his initial quote that says an angle is a distance. And now he says, thanks for conceding that 60 miles an hour is neither a time nor a distance, little buddy. Still waiting for you to read William's account of the survey. He says, sorry, 45 degrees is not a distance. Surely you understand that. He's asking me a question, right? This is Betty. Sorry, 45 degrees is not a distance. Yet, go back up to the top where his initial quote was. We're talking about
it is a distance.
45 degrees is a distance. He's not changed it. He's stating down below that it now isn't, and he's asking me if I've got a problem with it. Surely you understand that. Well, I'm the one that stated it. You can't do anything with an angle, yet he's the one that's saying it is a distance.
Even if you want to call it a distance, like what would it be? 60 times 45 would be 27, like 2750 or whatever. But even if you had that, even if I give him that or you give him that, it's a big deal. What are you going to do with that? You need a map. You just ain't doing shit with it. Even if I grant them that bullshit.
Yeah, well, he's not even doing that. He's trying to imply that it is a distance, but then saying we're the ones that don't try and work it out. This is the initial point of the subversal. Betty's trying. I would call this gaslighting. Literally, I
think there's a lot of people, Bev, that think that you have the distance to Polaris and you know your position, but you most certainly do not. If you could make a circle, right? But I'm working on that right now. No, yeah, right. You could make it in your mind, but I want to see somebody do that. Make a circle and make 3 circles. Dude, I feel like I'm the only flat earther looking into this, and I about cracked the code, man. It's not a circle. Circles that intersect on a Gleason's map, but I got a good video coming out soon, man, that hopefully everybody sees. But it's harder than people think. But it ain't that hard. But it's time consuming, and I hear a lot of bullshit going around, bro.
Well, we've had Blue Marble in talking to J-Ro, and the distance that they assume isn't a straight distance. So they get confused, right? The reason we say you cannot do anything with just an angle is exactly for this reason, because it confuses people to the point that they don't actually know what they're talking about. And they aren't able to speak honestly about it because they just don't know what they're talking about. And it shows. It shows. It says, no dodge. For the second time, the paper you need to study and understand is an account of the trigonometrical survey carried out in the years 1791, 92, 93, 94 by Edward Williams and William Mudge, published by the Royal Society. Now, Betty's obviously been given this by the guys. That paper conclusively established the correspondence between distance and angle. Established the correspondence between distance and angle.
What is correspondence then?
Yeah. It's a link between a distance and an angle, but you can't do that. It's not possible. The geometric possibilities just aren't there. Can't do it. And he's saying something done in 1700s, like over 200 years ago. Over 200 years ago is what he's relying on.
If you give me a height, if I measure an angle and you give me a height, I can give you the adjacent and the hypotenuse. You give me the hypotenuse, I can give you the height and the adjacent. You know, and if you give me the adjacent, I can give you the height and the hypotenuse.
You've got to have a right angle triangle.
Got to have a right angle triangle and one, you know, one side.
And you don't have a right angle triangle if you've only got one angle. You can't magic an entire triangle. Although Nathan Oakley and QE imagine that an elevation angle is a right angle triangle, they're wrong. It's not. It's just
you
one
mean
angle.
you mean I don't get three angles from one angle?
No.
That's...
No. Paula, Bible U has literally said that you can derive the rest of the angles from just one angle. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you start making assumptions and shit, and you could do all kinds of things.
Somebody's sold them something, and it's based on a geometric untruth, an impossibility. But that's where we are today. Modern day times. It is 2024, and people are very easily fooled, particularly in this arena that we're in. And it's like they say, it's harder to tell people that they have been fooled than it is to actually fool people. Nathan Oakley's got on the bandwagon with that statement, and he's joining them. Somebody's fooled him, and he's going to fool everybody else.
He argues it good, but it's still embarrassing, bro.
He doesn't argue.
He argues it good because
he's got no
arguments.
He does.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does because he's the only one talking.
He just
he argues it real good.
It's not an argument.
Right. That's a great argument, bro. If there's nobody to say anything, that's a fucking excellent argument. It's kind of chicken shit.
Yeah, I think people are becoming wise and wise up to it. Like somebody had the nerve to say about the height of this thing. You can either use the geometry or you can't use the geometry. And Nathan Oakley wants to imagine that he can get a triangle from this one angle, but then he wants to deny the fact that he can use the geometry to tell how high it is. Well, that's just wrong. Blatantly
While we're on
wrong.
the subject, while we're on the subject, I want to rest my case because they do criticisms of debates, like criticism of my debate, of like Austin's debate against Toon and all that. And I'll say it's hard to debate against liars, but still, you wind up you call them out, you know, if you know your shit. But they're criticizing us, saying what we should do. I want one of them, you know, it'd probably be Brian. I've seen him do a few debates, but I want one of them to back it up, to go and do a debate with FTFE or McToon or a veteran global birther, and let's see how your arguments work. If we hear them real time. And me personally, anyway, if I hear them real time, and they work, then you know, then I'm on board. You know, I'll back off. But you know, there's a reason they won't come out of the room with these arguments, man.
They won't even attempt McToon's challenge.
Oh, I'm about to do a second entry to his challenge. I done come up with a second way, but he won't let me use the AE map. But he wants to criticize the AE map, but he won't let us use it. He wants to say dog it out, but he knows that it's a legitimate coordinate system, and he knows that he'd already had to pay out. So don't be fooled by Toon's bullshit either. He's not a very honest man, but still. If we're talking debate, you know, they should be able to come out. And if they do, I'll eat my words. I will respect. But I want to see them come out of the room. Don't just keep criticizing us. Come out of the room and do a debate and bring all these arguments. Because I've used them before. I know how the Black Swan works. I know how CellNav works in real-time debates when the other person can talk.
Yeah, well, you do realise that the statement "you can do fuck all with an angle" was aimed initially at Ruhith. But then,
Yeah, I remember.
mean, we've done the same with Blue Marble, right? We've had Blue Marble in here. I've got a conversation with Blue Marble Science where he does support Nathan Oakley with this.
Of course he does.
Distance angle.
Of course he does, bro.
Right? They have to. So
yeah,
as far as this angle and this particular conversation goes, Nathan Oakley and the Globe guys are on the same page. And
they are most certainly.
Betty, Blue Marble Science, and Nathan Oakley cannot explain. They have to be in this position where they can both say they can do something with an angle, but they know that an angle is not a distance. They have to have both.
Yeah.
It's the diletheism.
They do.
Yeah.
That ain't the only argument. They have to be, I mean, yeah, of course they're with them on that. If Nathan knew a little more about it, man, I mean, I've heard them argue it properly a couple times, but also like with the ether, that's an interferometry. Let's just say interferometry. That whole argument. That's
any of that. We just.
I know you're not interested in that. I know you're not. Yeah. I absolutely know you ain't. But I'm just making a quick point that they agree with the Globers on a lot of things, man. That they probably haven't looked into enough. You know, that's my
whole point of this whole thing. Lakota's just asked, does Brian call them out on the angle distance thing when and where it's claimed? No, Lakota, they don't, because Nathan Oakley and the Globe guys have to have the same ideas. That you
QE
can do something with an angle. No, QE doesn't. QE's made
remember
right angle triangle.
Yeah, I know, but on accident he did for a second though. He said bacon. All you have is a damn angle. He accidentally called bacon out for a second, and then he caught himself and was like, "Oh, wait a minute, no, wait, that's a damn triangle." Remember? QE accidentally called him out for about 10 seconds until he's like, "Oh, wait a minute," and then he changed his argument real quick. So that's a triangle.
Way to find out. They have to contradict themselves. Both Nathan Oakley, QE, and Blue Marble Science, and Betty. All of them contradict themselves around this argument. And it's handy being able to contradict yourself because you can take both sides of the argument and call people stupid whenever you want. Just the same as Blue Marble calls us for saying you can do fuck all with an angle, and Nathan Oakley calls us for saying you can do fuck all with an angle. And both of them can't explain why they say that and why they contradict themselves.
Hey, Bev, did you pull a clip of QE when he first started talking with Bacon when he's asking him, you know, is all you got is an angle?
We went over
you
it.
Didn't pull a little clip.
Went over it on Monday. This is what we're talking about. Like the
I wanted to hear that one
Monday
part again, though, man.
Was there?
I wanted to hear it. I heard it. I've seen it. And I couldn't join, but I've seen it. But I was hoping to hear it again. Just that one little part right at the beginning.
Yeah, I haven't got it. I mean, like anybody can go over it. You can see what these people do, and this is
but that should make you
this is what comes from it.
Man, hold on. Like even quantum erasers should be like, wait a minute, I did do that. You know, that should be eye opening even to the horse's mouth on that. You know, and I'm not trying to dog them even. I'm just trying to say, listen, what you do.
Dog him, right? He won't defend his fallacious modus tollens. He won't see the implications of what he said. He's going to go back on it, and he's going to call us names in private. He'll never come and own this up to himself.
Good girl. Yeah.
Is that Gary?
No.
Oh, I don't know whether that's working or not, Gary. You might need to.
Yeah, I don't know if Gary's hot micing or if he's trying to come into the conversation.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot I didn't need to mute.
No, you've got a bad mic there, Gary. I don't know what's going on.
Gary, I got a feeling you could get in some full sentences, bro, but you got to fix your mic.
I'm gonna hang up and reconnect.
Yeah, we won't put you off.
I heard a bit of that.
Yeah, so here, like
No.
Mike says there, Betty says 45 degrees is a distance, and then Betty says 45 degrees is not a distance. That's the contradictory nature of what we're dealing with whenever we're making statements. We make definite statements of geometric truths, right? You can rely on these because you can prove them false or not prove them false, but you can't deal with somebody who literally contradicts themselves. You can't have conversations with them.
And let me just add, I think Gary might be back, but hang on, Gary. Let me just add, because I just came back into this into this discussion, and I don't think anyone can be taken seriously if they think this is just a simple mistake. These things, I mean, these contradictory statements are simple mistakes. They're not. Either you have to say these people are like literally, low 2-digit IQs, or you have to say they're smart people, but they've so contradicted themselves, they've so convoluted their minds, exploded their minds, that this is the type of stuff that they'll say. You can't have it both ways and say, oh, these are smart people and they just made a simple mistake. And if you just confront them with it, which is kind of what I'm hearing you say, Brian, with regard to QE, you just confront them with it and go, bro, didn't you just make a mistake? Come on, own up to your mistake. Like, no, that's not going to happen. How many times have we gone over the black swan and said it's a fallacious modus tollens? It's
it doesn't
fallacious.
work anymore.
You can
doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, but the thing is, Brian, they can fix it easily with a couple of keystrokes. They can fix the fallacious nature of the modus tollens, but they won't do it. Have you ever asked yourself why they won't do it? Why won't they do it?
Because it's a room full of donkeys, man. But I love some of them, man.
No, Brian.
No, Brian.
Completely.
No.
QE purposely has handed flat earthers a fallacious argument. He won't address it because it makes the flat earthers look fucking stupid. That's what QE's out here to do.
He might be right.
No, there's no might about it.
No, these obvious discrepancies, they can't be questioned. If you go and ask a question about those, hang on, that doesn't seem to work. No, they'll kick you out and tell you you're a retard. I mean, it's really ridiculous.
It's pathetic.
Obvious discrepancies going on, and lots of people see it. But yeah, even the people amongst the choir that they're preaching to.
Hey, can we check Gary's mic?
Yeah, yep.
And what's become difficult now, it seems, is that those people who do stand up and say, "Hang on a minute, can we just look at that?" They are being, sent into exile, basically, and that's the real issue. Why this can't?
Yeah, but hold on. Do the people in the G plus or in the Discord, the G plus, I don't. Do they even know? I mean, I know they know, the ones who've been around for a while, but the ones who are in there who maybe ain't been around the whole time, but do they
Brian,
know?
But I'd really like to hear from Gary.
Hang on. Hold on. Go finish up, Brian, and then we'll go to Gary.
Yeah, real quick. I just wondered, do they know that Nathan's muting everybody for the rest of the audience? I mean, they got to know, don't they? But they're going to hear. Don't they hear the other people's voice, though?
Yeah, but they're doing the same thing. They don't have the noise. They don't have the noise gate. I've asked questions and they just kick you out and silence you and pile on. They don't want to answer these questions. Yeah, they know he's got a noise gate. He tells everybody he's got a noise gate. And we've shown in by showing the uncut version, and even Nathan put out an uncut version of one of his live shows where I was and Bev was at the time, and he edited out the bits that he looked stupid in and tried to make us look more stupid by his.
I believe that.
So he wasn't honest even in his supposed uncut version. So people know that, but it's not just in that though in his place that it won't be addressed. It's the people who go out with the message and confidently say the Earth is measured flat, for instance, that also won't answer the questions about that. They just say you're a troublemaker, go away. Yeah, that's what's happened to me for sure.
Okay, Gary, can you come in? Can we hear you?
Can you hear me now or no?
Yeah, it's still the same thing. You start out okay, and then it kind of goes away staticky.
Yeah, this is my only other set. My other ones don't work.
If you speak up a little louder, and that might help a little bit.
You sounded good enough for me.
I'll try to talk louder. I just try not to be too loud because I have neighbors.
Yeah, don't want the neighbors. Yeah, that was a little bit better. Go on, give it a shot.
I don't care who hears what I'm talking about. I just don't want to disturb them if they're like trying to read a book or something.
I hear you. You sound a little bit better. Let's give it a shot.
Okay. I don't know what I'm even going to say. Brian, you need to realize you're not looking at a right angle triangle when you're measuring your distances, because then you'll figure out this thing sooner if you're going to figure it out. When we measure an angle, and this is my opinion, it's none of these guys, so they can agree or disagree with me, but I think we kind of agree. But when you're measuring an elevation angle to Polaris, all you're measuring is to a light in the sky and the angular space between it and your horizon, right? That's all you see. It's how you see, right? But then there are guys like Nathan and QE and those guys think you're actually looking the whole distance to the GP. But they
extend the line. Yeah, they extend the line to wherever they think that star is. Yeah, you're right. The actual angle only goes to the horizon right there. You're right. Good point.
And then from there, you would have an angle from the horizon to the star, and from where you are to the star. So your base is actually really it would be flat. You would basically measure it flat, but it's only that distance for your base. So I don't know what you call a triangle like that. But I think you could kind of figure out. This is why we have a problem with the elevation. The height above the surface changes with the latitudes, and that's what they tell us. It's because they look at it as more like an orthographic view. Like, oh, here's the distance, here's the base, it's flat on the flat Earth, and so we should be able to know the height in the sky, by when we get to a 45-degree angle. But the problem is our field of view compresses as we move away, right?
Not just a 45-degree angle. It's literally you can use trigonometry to derive the triangle if, you up all of the sides. If you know one of the distances, you know all of them.
Yeah, you would. That's what I'm saying. But the thing is, we're actually only measuring how we see, and we see in perspective. We don't see in orthographic. And so you'll never get that same elevation angle that matches a height above the surface based on that. But
trigonometry is perspective, though, Gary, man.
Trigonometry works. You can measure to the base. Actually see it. You got to see it to measure it.
You can't have a distance measurement, though. That's the problem. You don't have a triangle.
Yeah, you would have to have a distance measurement, but you actually have to physically see it to measure it, right? To see the height, the light in the sky, which would then be almost straight above you, and the ground. You have to see it, just like on a building. If you want to measure that, and it's close by you, so you can measure an angle to the bottom of the building and the top of the building. And if you know the measured distance to the bottom of the building, you can figure out the height of the building, right?
The height of the building. Anyway, you can measure the height of the building. The building's already been built. They know the height of the building.
Right, but guys like McToon will say, oh, I can tell you how high that building is just by knowing these things, right? And they have the right angle triangle thing, and then...
Because they know the distance.
I know, and you can literally see the base of the building and the top of the building. But with Polaris, we can't. Unless you're right under it, you can't see the base, so you can't measure to the base.
You can't get right under it either.
I know you
That's
can't.
the thing.
I know.
So you can't actually do any of these things. You're just fantasizing about something you could do if you had these things. But the truth is, you only have an angle.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's what, but I'm just trying to point out why their things will never, why our elevation angles that they think we should see on a flat Earth will never match what they say it should be through an orthographic view, because we see in perspective and we measure. We don't know a lot of things, and the base of the angle is, and I don't know what you name the sides. I'm not good at that. So basically, we just have a flat bottom to our horizon, and then there's an angle from there to the star, and an angle from our eye to the star, and that's all we have, and we don't know any of that. You don't know how far it is, but it has a distance. I believe it does have a distance, and I think you could figure it out, but you'll never will, because we're never going to get up there by the North Pole to measure the original.
Well, forgetting about all of the other complications that you have, right? Because if you, like I showed at the beginning, you have to have an isosceles triangle.
Right, but you don't have that because that's the right triangle in the first place.
Well, the isosceles triangle would have to come with the hypotenuse as being the base.
Right, but that would have to have the right angle with the GP at the North Pole, and we don't have that. So you don't have that. All you've got is an angular separation between a light in the sky and your horizon. That's all you have. And it's perspective view, not orthographic view, and that's why they'll never match.
Well, they'll never manage because it's not geometric. Like you can,
that's what I
you
agree.
can do fuck all with an angle, and
I agree.
Yeah.
There's no right angle, triangle. There.
And everybody that's assumed this argument about this stuff that 10th man's given them, he sold them this duff argument that's non-geometric as a geometric argument. That's what they've that's where the problems lie.
So yeah, the Globies then made a math for why they think our elevation angles don't match what it should on flat Earth. So they simply took the way we see in perspective and they turned it into a curve and made a math for it. That's all they did.
Well, I think McToon called 10th man's bluff because he knew that, 10th man was sold Nathan Oakley and the flat Earth is a really bad non-argument. I mean, the sextant is just a tool for measuring an angle. The whole celestial navigation process that actually isn't used anymore it's an old antiquated thing that they assume works, and it has worked for thousands of years, they say. Has it?
I don't know. I don't navigate.
Nah.
I don't know what they do. I think everything's GPS nowadays. I don't even know how to get
actually done this celestial navigation. Nathan Oakley's never even picked up a sextant.
I've done it, dude. But, I've never used it at sea, but I've worked out the location to get within McToon's parameters.
Well,
and all based on perspective measurements.
That's funny.
Well, FTFE claims he's done it thousands of times.
FTFE claims that he's taught his children how to find their exact position on the Earth using nothing but a pendulum.
Yep.
I know. It gets funny.
Yeah, he wanted him to sub to go from South America to Australia and shit.
These people that when you say they say, it's people like Nathan Oakley and QE and 10th Man, Fight the Flat Earth, McToon, Jesse Kozlowski, George Nutsack, Blue Marble Science. I mean, who are they? They're just people who say stupid things, and probably you might have noticed that they say a load of shit.
Hey, speaking of stupid things, Bev, like I took your advice and did a bottom left nomination. I'll see if I can get anybody else on board, but I did it for PhD Tony. I just made a video where he's saying we should see Mount Everest, like from anywhere on the Earth. We should see Mount Everest.
I watched that like 6 times. My head.
Colossal idiot.
That was funny.
Well, I think you missed a trick there, Brian, because they have Brian PhD Tony said that the distance associated with longitude changes.
Say that again.
The distance associated with the longitude angle changes depending upon location.
Oh, yeah. Only on a globe. Yeah.
I think I heard him say that too.
Yeah. Well, it's a necessity. It's a must happen on their model, dogmatic model. And nobody's bothered saying anything about that because I don't think anybody actually realizes the implications, the geometric implications of these models. There's contradictions everywhere.
Yes, this is why I said if, because they claim this 60 nautical miles per degree. It is geometrically incorrect. Because if you are changing, it is not linear proportion. Because you cannot have this. You cannot have this 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. It has to change because if you are...
That's why it's not actually a distance.
Yeah, it cannot be. It is impossible because it violates trigonometry. Because if you are moving away, so let's say, just for example, that if you have this 60 nautical miles between 45 and 46 degree, let's say, it means that between 46 and 47, you have to have more. And every degree, this distance will increase. It has to increase according to trigonometry. So this claim that every degree you have the same distance is completely incorrect. You cannot have this with trigonometry. It is nonsense.
Yeah, if you're talking about a flat baseline, yeah, something else has got to be going on.
I'm talking about triangles, so it has to be a so-called flat baseline.
Yeah, the base of every triangle, depending on which way you stand it up, will always be straight. Doesn't matter which way you have it. So there's no need for you to be able to say that, Brian. That's showing model affliction.
No. Well, you can make it work on a sphere. Like on a flat Earth, you have to make assumptions, okay? And on a globe, you have to make assumptions. Like I know there's globers out there. No, you can do it on a globe with a radius. Yeah, if you want to make assumptions that you got infinite distant stars and bring your measurement down to the center, and not even and do your calculation, not even from where you measured it. Yeah. If you want to do these infinite assumptions, it works on both models. But what's funny is each globers try to point out the flat earthers' assumptions like refraction or whatever, and then the flat earthers are trying to point out the globers' assumptions. But they both do come with assumptions. I will say that, even though I'm a flat earther, so I'm going to be biased.
Brian. They both come with contradictions.
Yeah, what paper said is accurate. If we're talking about triangles, then yeah, the angle is geometrically. It has to get bigger and bigger. It takes a while though. But yeah, once you get to 45, it's pretty pronounced.
But even on this spherical model, it doesn't work anyway because they omit one factor. Because if you are moving away, 60 nautical miles or whatever, on spherical model, you have to add another one angle because you are leaning out. So you are changing your angle because you are on a sphere. So every 60 nautical miles, they have to add another 1 degree of declining.
Yeah. And that's why I was saying they have to make assumptions, man, to get around that. They don't see it as an assumption, but it is an assumption.
So it doesn't work on both models.
Yeah, but can we leave the assumptions to the guys that are making the assumptions to make the assumptions and not make them for them? Because
like I said,
I've
I'm
had
on one of the teams,
enough
but
of
I'm still
people talking shit about other people, because all they'll say is they didn't, like Betty's doing here. Betty's trying to say that me. When you get to the end of what we're going over today, Betty's going to try and say it's me that says this. Right? Even though he starts it off with paper, and he starts it off by him saying that 45 degrees is a distance, he ends up flipping it all around in his head to say it was me.
Yeah, well, normal
he's full of
sophistry.
shit.
Yeah,
and he ain't gonna triangulate nothing on a globe.
Again, that's why I don't want people making claims about other people's assumptions, because I'm not making those claims or the assumptions of other people. I want them to come and do it for themselves. Because either way, I'm going to get ended up with it. If they don't say it for themselves, you know who ends up saying it? Me, apparently.
You got to eat all the shit, man.
Yeah.
that ain't funny, really. But a fun fact, real quick, before we change the subject. Like a few years back when I brushed up on my...
Just a minute, Brian. In the chat paper, Iridium, I would love to see Paper draw this out. He clearly has a misunderstanding. And he means that, Paper. He means he wants to see you draw it out. Then he can say it's your claim.
Yes, this guy needs to erase that.
I am waiting for Iridium to make this draw.
Yeah.
Dude, Paper's not wrong. Whoever's typing that, delete it. Paper's not wrong. This simple freaking geometry, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, but what they want you to do is they want you to draw it. This is what the flat earthers have been doing for years. Okay. They've been playing these games, Brian. You doing McToons's challenge. You're doing what Iridium wants you to do. You're playing the game.
Yeah, well, I'm in the game, man. Like I said, but I'm gonna still be honest when when we're talking about it.
What do you think about the new flat Earth model? Have you seen that?
I'm working on another version, but I'm working on that version too, man.
Have you seen the one that's come out?
Yeah, I've seen
St. Pierre's model.
Yeah, you see he got the
distance to the dome, doesn't he?
He got from Walter Bislin, but he got the that flat portion that he shows. He gave me credit on the first video he did because I didn't come up with it either. It's just a transform to a planar coordinate system, a legitimate coordinate system. But I'm working on that. I got a good video coming out soon. But yeah, like I said, I'm on one of the teams, but I'm still gonna be honest when we're getting down to the facts, you know.
So you are completing the triangle then, right?
I'm definitely model afflicted, man. I don't mind. I love modeling shit, like trying to anyway. You know, I've come up with a couple so far, but yeah, I don't mind doing that. But I draw the line. You know, I draw the line before I start making bullshit claims.
But still, Brian, if you have this adjacent distance, you have distance to the star. This is simple implication.
Yeah, I know.
So that's it. What I said. This is.
I will never disagree with that, man.
But they say Brian's logic, and now Neil and supposedly Nathan Oakley also.
Yeah.
They say they don't have this distance.
They don't solve for it, but
yeah, they don't. They cannot.
The new flat Earth model does actually solve for it, like you do. If you've come up with a model and you've helped Shane, they have actually solved that triangle. But Nathan's saying he doesn't.
No, unless you point out the assumptions, you know, if you try to use it as proof, if you're making a model, then hey, you're making a model, whatever. But when you try to throw words out there like proofs and shit like that, that's where they got to draw the lines, man. That's where I'm gonna have to agree with y'all. If I'm not, I'm lying, dude. You know. So I don't hear Shane throwing around, proof all that. He's just showing a concept, a model. I think that's fair. And anyways, it is in my mind, But when you start throwing these bold claims out, man, and sticking to them and muting people for disagreeing, like I still have hope for Oakley, man. Like I've seen him get humble a couple times, man. If he just lighten up and accept, dude, that we all don't think exactly the damn same, dude. He could probably unite and come up with a hell of a good team. But
can you not see that your model is just the same as theirs? Like you're doing exactly the same thing. You're just building a model. You're solving the triangle when all you have is an angle.
Well, a couple years ago, I did the refraction model based on humidity getting lower the higher up you get to linearize to 69 miles per degree. That dude said paper is wrong. It's full of shit. It is wrong. That's why I had to come up with that model, is because it's not linear. There's something else has to be going on. But yeah, I'm just talking modeling, dude. I always usually preface with that,
So that's the height of dome.
Tis dome.
Yeah. So if anybody isn't aware, the flat Earth has made a model, and that model has a radius. As Nathan Oakley said, the globe was derived from flat Earth measurements, and Nathan Oakley has been asking for the measurement of the radius. Well, it turns out flat Earthers have got it now. It's literally, one of his housekeeping questions.
Tis dome, man.
Yeah, you can.
Tis dome.
You should go over there and tell him flat Earthers have done it.
Here's one claim I will make, though.
Prove Nathan Oakley's flat Earth, because the radius is proved to be measured from the flat Earth model. Like Nathan
check
Oakley
this out,
said.
though, Bev. The first time I did this a few years ago, I was surprised. This is a fun fact. And I ain't trying to prove anything, but if you do use a triangle and you go 69 miles, like say if you were underneath Polaris, of course I've never been, but if you were underneath something and you didn't know the height to it, and you traveled 69 miles, and you and made a right triangle, then the opposite side is 3959. That's when I first figured out how they got their radius to begin with, because that does come from trigonometry, actual triangles and shit. But yeah, when you start going further and further, and it starts deviating, but you do got to get a good distance. But yeah, I'm talking models. I'm afflicted, man. I don't deny it.
Yeah, I'm telling the guys in the chat, they seem unaware of it. How long's this model been going around for, Brian? Can you let people know?
Couple years, man.
Don't worry, Brian. I'm afflicted too.
Have you heard about
I'm super afflicted,
Rob? Rob, are you aware of the flat Earth model?
Pardon?
Are you aware of the new flat Earth model?
No, I actually haven't. I've heard a couple of things. I haven't actually gotten into it myself because models are pseudoscience, so I don't deal with them.
See, like even me
Can't help
doesn't know about it. Iridium doesn't know about it.
I'm the not
Flat GPT doesn't know about it. Nobody's aware of the new flat Earth model that's being paraded around. I find it amazing.
They call the Gleason's map a flat Earth map, but when you try and do challenges with it, they say that I'm admitting Earth's a globe if I use that in the challenge. But I'm super afflicted, bro. I can't help it, man. I'm like, something about me and like maps and models and shit. I'm always working on stuff like that on my free time, dude. I'm super fucking afflicted, but I'm still honest about it, though, man.
Yeah. So yes, Mishu, it is. This is a new model. This is the new flat Earth model. It's been built upon Walter Bislin's model, and it's been derived from that. They've took all of the code from Walter, derived an entirely new model, Shane St. Pierre, you might have heard of him. He came on Discord for a bit. He had a few Discord channels shut down. Well, that's what he was doing. He was getting all of the information from this arena and making a model for Witsit. Witsit's promoting it.
I'm going to show you the math behind it. I did it a couple years back. One model that puts the math to that model, to the 3969 height. Hold on. I did it a couple years ago. I'll post a video.
Iridium, right, paper. Iridium is still trying to comprehend how a triangle works.
Oh,
it's amazing.
Good luck.
He thinks it's your model of trigonometry.
Model of
implications of triangles.
Well, if he says so.
This is how they work, right? They they misrepresent what you say and then completely flip it round in their own head and then express it like this.
Yeah. I and originally when you warned me about that, I was completely aware that they will do that. Especially, I was waiting for Baby to react because, in fact, Baby is the last person that should react, but I think he was first. So. It's fun for me because, as we say in Poland, hit the table and razors will respond. So I was just waiting for response. And now we have response. I'm completely aware of that they will say stupid things about what I said. Even because I repeated like 5 times. It is not my claim. It is what Brian's logic was saying, 10th month was saying, Nathan Oakley was saying about celestial navigation. I said that many times, and they still misrepresent what I said. So I know how they operate. This is just their modus operandi. Okay, I can live with that.
Well, the thing I get is that I know their game. Right, their game, as it always has been, is to let other people say their claims for them, because they can't make their own claims. They know the game. They know the game well enough to obfuscate and never make any claims. They always allow flat earthers to make their claims for them, and then when that happens. They just assume they can take the piss out of the person that's saying it, saying that you don't understand it. It's a long time game.
But this is,
yeah.
It's somehow fun because, I was talking about this this triangle and this distance to Polaris specifically to flat earthers because they claim this. Distance, this triangle, this is their invention. And who responds? Baby.
Yeah.
So
but hold on, paper. Hold on. I did I realized, dude, it was December, I think December 19th, 2021. I made a refraction model and showed demonstration of it. I ain't trying to prove nothing, but just to make just to linearize the 69 miles per degree on a plane. I put, in case anybody's interested in is also model afflicted. I just posted it in live chat.
Sector.
If you want to get past all the demonstrations of light refraction and whatnot, and just get right to the math, I'd say go about halfway through the video, a little more than half, maybe.
Well, we're going to get through this, so we'll get to that. I want to get through this first. I mean, that's your model, right? So you're just showing that you have actually made the model.
A little dome that follows you around.
Yeah. See, so Brian's made the model already, and Shane St. Pierre.
Long time ago too, man.
Yeah, Shane St. Pierre is built upon that, right?
He put it all together, man. Shane put it all together. I give a shout out to Shane, man. I don't think he makes wild claims about it either. He's just tired of hearing blue marble scientists claim that it's impossible. So we're trying to show him ways that it ain't impossible. But I don't think he makes wild claims about proof and shit like that. I like Shane personally.
But they do actually make the same claims about being able to do something with just an angle. And they have no way of deriving it because they have come to a mutual agreement between the false dichotomists that nobody's going to call the other person. And what happens
It's a lot of assumptions.
Yeah, what happens is, though, that people that point out these contradictions that both model guys have, they're the ones that get called for it, right? They get misrepresented.
I gotta agree with you, bro.
Iridium's doing,
Hey, Bev, I gotta agree with you, man. Here's why I agree with you wholeheartedly, because even like by me making that model and by them, but especially by like the FED guys claiming proof of flat and all this stuff, because when you give them that, when you start making claims like that, then you start giving. Now I'm having a debate against all these long distance diodolite measurements and shit. By giving them this angle, it makes it really hard to debate, man.
Can't Nathan Oakley use Shane's model to prove that it's flat? It's measured flat. Right?
Well,
can't Nathan Oakley feed off what Shane's done and what you've done to say that you've measured it flat?
I guarantee you he won't outside of his room. He might make some claims as long as nobody can talk about it, but him or his guys. He'll never make claims like that, like in a debate against somebody. I don't think so anyway. I'd be shocked if I heard it. But he's real careful about not making claims. But then he does a total 180 and just makes the boldest damn bullshit claims ever. Like it's like shocking on its face, to be honest. He's good at debating, you know. He's got no opponent.
Wow. Yeah, I can't see any way that you guys can be separated, because they're both fantasy models that have been derived from fallacious reasoning.
And that's where I stand. If I could get them to admit, like if I'm willing to admit it, and Globers, the way I see it, if they would be willing to admit it, to me that's a step in the right direction. You know, that's why I'm trying to be a good influence. Like that's why I don't mind anything y'all do around here, because it's all pure logic. It's advanced simplicity, you call it. There's no contradictions. And it's hard hearing flat earthers argue against basic shit, like this dude in chat talking about calling paper wrong and shit. It's like, it's embarrassing, man. So I'm trying to, you know, I admit my model is filled with assumptions, and it's nothing more than a model. If we could get the blue marble scientists and the anti-flat earthers doing that, we could, you know, that'll probably never happen, but then we could all unite in a place like this.
Well, see, Iridium says, imagine, like this is an imagine for you. Imagine if OTL gave an honest judgment of the globe. They'd have to find a hobby. Don't know about the hobby, but here's an honest judgment of the globe. It's dogmatic. The globe that you've been given, Iridium, is a dogmatic globe. Now that can be proved just as easily as level being horizontal can be proved, because reality is what reality is, and logic gives us the ability to prove things. So of course you can prove a dogmatic model.
They think they live on a
fucking ridiculous.
Bev, they think they live on a two-dimensional sphere. It's ridiculous. I mean, anybody out there is just saying, "Oh, the globe model predicts this, predicts that."
Like, who's the they you're talking about? That's a very small group of people, and I'm not really interested in talking to that small group of people. What
That's
we've been
the
doing
thing.
here, right, is to try and find a way to communicate with people. And since we're talking about reality, we've been attempting to talk to people about reality. Now, the conclusions we've come to is that anybody that's model afflicted within this arena cannot talk about reality without injecting their model into the conversation. Now, their model, when they do interject that into the conversation, shows contradictions. Now, anybody from within this arena, when they get shown their contradictions, they get upset. They want to justify the reasoning that they have behind those contradictions. And that means you're model afflicted. It means you explode your logical system by allowing contradictions. It's inevitable whenever you place a model within the framework of reality. You can't get away with it.
I agree, man.
The only
definitely
one
agree.
contradiction that nobody faces and will look at is the contradiction that in reality, level being horizontal can be proved. That's the one contradiction that nobody wants to look at. Because what
It's
it
the most
does, it
fundamental-
destroys both models.
It's fundamental, and it's a proof. It's a little rougher for the Glovers, though. I will admit that and giggle a little.
No, Flat GPT, you've completely missed what I said. I said we found out that this tiny group of people that are model afflicted are the ones that cannot talk about reality. So we're trying to find a way to talk to normal people in reality, the ones that aren't aware of the contradictions that they already hold.
That's what I'm trying to do, Bev. I'm trying to teach the rare ability of separating the model from the reality. And I'd probably never win many people over with that one on either side. But man, it's if you're going to be honest, it's got to be that way. If you're talking models, you got to know that you're not talking reality, at some level or another.
Iridium, there's a book right in front of me. I don't know what you're talking about. You're trying to imagine that other people haven't done the things that you think that they have. I've actually done surveying. I know how these elevation changes are measured. It's you guys that don't want to accept that. You have contradictions. You have contradictions that you don't want to face. If you think I have contradictions, bring them in here. Present them. Show me where my contradictions are. I'll thank you for it.
If I show you one, will you work on it or get mad at me?
One of my contradictions.
I don't even know if I can. I don't even know if I can. But I'm always up for a challenge.
You see, if I hold a contradiction somewhere.
Man, it seems like there might be. I can't think of any right offhand, but give me a minute. I might be wrong now. I might not be able to come up with shit. And if I can, it ain't gonna be easy. But I'll accept the challenge. But just for the fun of it. But no, Bev,
you don't know what you're talking about. I can talk to normal people. I'm the one that does talk to normal people. Nobody's ever disagreed with me on anything I ever say. All globies and the flat earthers.
If anybody's got any legitimate contradictions they've heard Bev said, I'd be very interested to see it. Don't make up some bullshit. Y'all know where he stands and you know his claims, and without putting words in his mouth, I'd be tickled pink if Chat GPT or any of them could show any contradictions. But I'm trying to think of one too, man. But I don't know if I'll be able to, but I'm going to try.
Like, these guys are really hot on this tonight. I'd say just leave the surveyors out of it, Iridium. You know there's not going to be any surveyors around here. You know that the surveyors that were pretending to be surveyors, Jesse Kozlowski and Jeff, right? They've left. They're not here anymore. There won't be any replacements for them. You've lost your chance. George's final work of RBD face. It'll never be replicated, never be repeated. Can't be done. There's only one way surveying works, and that's in reality. But it's a contradiction for you globe guys. Flat Earth guys, I don't know why you've done it and built a model. Then you've got the whole of reality. But you're not happy with that. Have to go making models just to be in the tune with your brothers on the globe. Everybody wants to have a model. And that's only because you've been given models as children. You don't know what it's like to not have a model. So you have to keep making models for yourself. But they're full of contradictions. Everybody give a round of applause for Iridium. He's read 500-page reference books. I mean, big multi-100-page reference books.
You want a medal?
Yeah, he's like he knows about surveying. Have you ever done any practical surveying, Iridium? Or you've just gone over books, highlighting certain bits?
No, everybody's just supposed to appeal to his now authority for having read all these books. You have heard of appeal to authority? That's a form of fallacy, by the way.
I got a couple tough questions, man. I don't think I'll be able to get you in a contradiction, but if you wanna answer a few of them, I got a few.
Do you know what a contradiction is, Brian?
Yeah, something like if one claim you're making is contradicting another, right?
Like saying that the Earth's flat when you know it's not flat.
Even having it in your mind, though, is so even you don't have to say it. Even if it's in your mind, I think it would take a hell of a humble man to admit that a contradiction is going on in his own head. I know I've had them before. I try to work on that. It's not something I really talk about, but I did come up with a few questions, Bev. I'm not trying to, call you out or nothing like that, but a couple fun, interesting questions. But I think it's going to probably prove that you don't hold contradictions, but it's the best I can come up with, bro. It's up to you if you want to answer a few or not.
Go on, let's go. I want to get through this thing with Betty. I seem to be getting further away from it.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I'll wait till we're done with that. And,
Okay, right. So Mike Jones comes on here. He says, so you should delete your OP where you claimed 45 degrees is a distance then. Betty says, no, 45 degrees is not a distance. Have you found that paper yet? The first step you're looking for is, he keeps telling him to look at the paper as if that's going to help. 1790 something. Why haven't you deleted your erroneous original post yet? Let me know when you've read the paper. Let me know the OP reluctantly. Yeah. I said, what paper? Do you imagine there's a paper somewhere that tells you that an angle can become a triangle, like QE said? He says, what paper? Scroll up, and no, an angle is not a triangle. You need 3 angles to form a triangle. You and Mike are really struggling, right? So here's the difference. Nathan Oakley completes the triangle. Brian here completes the triangle too, because they make a right angle triangle. But Betty's not like that, right? The method that these guys use on the globe side, the dogmatic globe, is a different method. They don't have the triangle. I don't know whether Nathan and everybody else is aware of it, but this is a difference between the methods. They internalize the angle.
You sure that an angle ain't three angles? Are you positive?
No, that's QE that says that, right? That's what you've got to be careful, right? That's what I was writing this to point out that very fact. These guys have a different model. Completely. Even within celestial navigation, right? And that they get around not having a height for the lights in the sky by using this different method. It's still the angle.
And they don't have a right triangle.
Yeah,
they don't have a right triangle
they
then.
Don't. Yeah. They don't.
Why don't they know this though? I mean,
why won't
they listen?
Globe guy? Why doesn't Nathan Oakley know that? Or
yeah, but Brian, look, I know that they probably can't do it, but I know Brian for a fact understands that. I know for a fact he understands it, dude. I've got a feeling he's on the verge of simply fucking correcting him.
Well, that's the point, right? Because I said it, you can do fuck all with an angle, right? Nathan Oakley derived a triangle from the angle. But the globe guys use that angle differently. So it works the same. You can do fuck all with an angle for both models. It's just that Nathan Oakley's the latest guy to get upset about us saying it. The same as the globe guys got upset. Blue Marble. Like I've got a recording when Blue Marble Science shows Nathan Oakley a way to help him do something with just an angle. Because they make a distance out of it.
I let it ride though, man, with them most of the time because like Blue Marble Science and McToonan and a lot of these other guys are claiming that these angles prove a globe. So if there's people making the opposite claim that it proves a flat earth, then I just kind of remain in the middle and try and stay out of it. They're both full of shit. That's the real world. You know, that's reality.
Yeah, it's people just imagining really bad geometric reasoning, right? But what they're doing then, they're handing that out to other people. That's what Nathan Oakley, that's what 10th Man's done, that's what QE's done, but that's also what McToon has done, and Blue Marble and all of those. Now, because it's fallacious, the people that take that from them, they are being handed a paralogism. Now, they can't explain it because they don't know how it works. Because there's no actual method. It doesn't actually work. They've made it up, but somebody's handed it to them as though it does work.
What doesn't work?
The angle. Doing a thing with an angle. Because like what you're doing, Brian, is you're building upon the complexity. Right? You're getting the distance from somewhere. You don't know where that's come from.
I'm admitting, I'm definitely admitting that I have to throw in assumptions, or else it's just a fucking angle. Nothing you can do with that.
That's what we're talking about, is that initial step. How do you get there from that to the next step? Well, you're just admitting that you're throwing assumptions in there, right? But you're still continuing the steps without being absolutely certain of how you got there at the beginning. You only got there because you're associating an angle with a distance.
Yeah. I'm a sucker for a challenge, man.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can't do it. Like, that's fallacious reasoning there at the beginning. By you saying this angle is this distance, that's where you've gone wrong. Because you can't do it.
Well, in reality, though, somebody mentioned it earlier. I think it was Gary. It might have been Kevin. I mean, I'm sure they all know this, whether they mentioned it or not. In reality, there is a certain, and I'm not talking about stars, obviously, but triangulation is useful in reality on a local level. You know, I think Charles would call it a construction site or a stadia, or I think that's what the Greeks probably called a stadia. Was probably a job site. Shout out to Charles. There is a short reality where this trigonometry is provable.
Yeah.
And Pythagorean theorem
on the
basically the same
azimuthal,
thing.
right? Because you can measure all of those angles, and you can measure a distance. You can then associate the angles with triangles and relate those angles to distances because you've done it. You can then triangulate all of these different positions from different positions, and multitude of angles then go to produce what we call maps in reality. Right now, they're on the azimuthal, they're angle measurements on the azimuthal. We don't measure angles in the vertical plane.
Once you leave your flattened out job site or canal, once you leave your little local line of sight, then that's where the assumptions come pretty immediate, you know.
Well, no,
but
you measure vertical. You measure on the vertical datum. You measure distances, not angles.
Right.
Right. The angles are on the horizontal to locate yourselves on the XY plane. You
0 to
locate
360.
that point. You then need to give that point an elevation.
Azimuthal was 0 to 360 on a plane, basically, right?
It's just a horizontal plane. The azimuthal is what you set up every tool. Telescope, theodolite, auto level. You set it up on the azimuthal.
That is the vertical datum.
Well, no, it's just the horizontal, the azimuthal.
Can't blame somebody for trying.
Mm-hmm. And the vertical, somebody's fooled people into thinking that you can do this. Now, you can set up a maths question, right, to derive the height of a building, right, as though using trig. But why would you do that practically? What would be the reason for you to set up a tool to measure the height of a building? Right? Are you assuming that whoever made the building wasn't able to measure the height of it? Or
no,
you
dude,
can't
like
just drop a tape and measure it on the vertical datum, the actual height? Like,
there might be a couple practical reasons though, man. Like if you're on a job doing a building and you're setting up some scaffolding and shit, you know, and you don't want to waste anything. You want to know, you know, within a fair, accurate height, you know, you can measure distance away from a building without having to climb up there if you didn't feel like measuring it from top to bottom. I don't know. There's got to be. I mean, it's practical.
You're trying to justify a way of using a vertical angle to associate a height when you can just measure it.
Yeah, you could, but I mean, locally, if there's something you can't get to, and you want to know the height, like if you want to firebomb something, like a tree that's across the moat, and you need to know how big the fire.
Let's say Everest, right? It's one of the ones that they always go to. Now, you can't do differential leveling up to Everest to work out the exact height because people die just trying to get up there. So they're not going to go and take the tools in order to measure that. It can't be done. It's just not possible. So what they do is they get as close as they can with angle measurements, but they don't know the height of Everest. They can keep getting closer and closer and keep redefining it, but truth is that they're never going to know the exact height. Whereas all of the other mountains and stuff that you can do this actual measurement, you can find out. All of the other elevations of all of the other bits of land are all measured on the vertical datum, not using vertical angles.
Yeah,
you
can measure these things like you're not going to use first order measurements for mountains and shit, but yeah, for things in reality, yeah, we can measure them first order. Which I wanted to throw out. I think MC Toon, if I'm not mistaken, thinks that like third order is like the third inch on the tape measure. Like
GPS third order, but it's just a location marker on the XY plane.
Well, that was one of my questions, man, for later, man. Actually, about the plane.
Yeah, flat GPT. We're not talking about the shape of the Earth here at all. Take it out of your mind. Just because you're obsessed with it doesn't mean we are. We're talking about geometric reasoning and how people derive at these fallacious reasoning without using actual geometry. But it's only within this arena. That's the point that you have to make. That it's allowed within this arena by people that want to keep this false dichotomy going. It's so obvious that the dogmatic globe and the flat earth can both be falsified really easily.
Yeah, but Bev, to me, it's important to wake everybody up to even that fact, bro. Even that fact alone, that the globe is dogmatic. Even if I have to admit that the flat Earth models are dogmatic, that still is waking people up
you're
to
not
reality.
Wake anybody up in this arena. And
no,
sorry, but you're going to go on do debates. That's still not getting out of this arena. That's still living within this arena. You're doing exactly what the people within this arena want you to do. They want you to play the game, flat versus globe.
You got to feel like in your mind you're talking truth, and you might be the best at it or one of the best, depending on who's judging you. But you got to feel like in your heart that you're speaking truth, and there's never nothing bad about that, man.
Right, anyway.
I don't blame you for getting aggressive, man.
I'm not getting aggressive. I'm just pointing out.
No. I ain't talking about with me. I'm not talking about with me, Bev. I mean, with people who treat you like shit for being logical. Dude, you keep your composure pretty good, man. Like, you try to reach out and consolidate the arguments and make actual arguments. It just for some reason. There's just contention out there that shouldn't exist, but it does, man. I'm trying to bridge the gap some way or another, man. There's got to be a bridge.
Can I chime in here?
Yeah.
Because I appreciate Brian's sentiment here, and I think he's doing it in all sincerity. But you just mentioned truth, right, Brian? You have to do what you know is true. So, and I don't mean to get on you either. So take this with all the love it's meant with, honestly. Earth's not flat. Any way you look at the place that we live, it is not flat. That is the truth.
What do you mean, man?
It's not flat. What do you mean what I mean? You know what I'm talking about, right?
What do you mean,
that is the truth. That is the truth. If you have to have, right, if we have to have both the globe side and the flat earth side agree to come at us saying, oh, that's not what we talk about. We never talk about topography when we talk about flat earth. Both sides are on us for that. Then the truth is getting lost. The truth is lost. We're the ones bringing the truth. I'm sorry. I really am. I was a flat earther at one point because I proved to myself in my own mind that the globe was bullshit, and I glommed on to this other model, and that was a mistake. But if I'm being truthful with myself, honest with myself, I cannot know, I cannot make a claim, and the earth's just not flat. And that's the God's honest truth. It's just the way it is. Now everybody can
I
call
agree,
themselves
man, I agree.
whatever they want to call themselves, right? But if you bring in truth, Jesus, man, it couldn't be more plain that the place that we live is not flat.
I agree, Kevin, man. I only say flat earther because they demand
They
that I am
tagged it
one.
with it. That's right. That's our point, Brian. They tagged you with it with some story, right? Some story about a guy named Robotham back in Lord knows when that even Bev and his son proved was bullshit. They went there, proved that that's bullshit. That tag, flat Earth, is placed there on purpose as a psyop. It has to be. There's no other explanation for this story of Robotham and Wallace when a guy in the UK, just a guy in the UK, and his son go to the place Robotham says he did what he did. And there's no way that anyone could make the claim that Robotham made that then Wallace could come and knock down like a straw man built for him. Dude, this is all a fucking psyop, man.
I'm with you, man. I'm looking at it like this, though, and feel me out, and don't be too quick to no, I appreciate your your compassion on the how I am, because I am being genuine, and I'm thinking this, like, I still think there's power to waking the people up in the world who don't understand that all these models are dogmatic, and if they got to hear flat Earth to conceptualize it, but then they should eventually get led to the truth, which this is the truth, and that's why I get mad at the veteran flat earthers for claiming all these proofs and shit, because I mean, you gotta go with the truth, and this is the truth, no matter how much they don't want to hear it. It's like you shouldn't have no problem admitting what's contradicting and what ain't,
But believe me, Brian, I know what you're saying. What I would contend is that you're not doing anyone any favor, confronting them with the fact that this model that they've been given in their mind of a big blue marble in a vacuum of darkness is bullshit, and then hand them another piece of bullshit that then they're going to go out and tell other people about this second piece of bullshit. Right? You're not, to me, this is me talking, right?
You're
not doing anyone
Kevin.
a favor. You're not doing anyone a favor doing that.
You say that, and I got to give fair contention. You're already woke, bro. So trust me, there are a lot of people out there who would love your mind. Your mind is free from all the bullshit, bro.
So,
and there are people out there.
Most of the people out there, Brian, they're not aware of the contradictions.
Right. They
you
just
really
have
think that?
glow.
You don't
Yes, of course. They just
I'm not talking about the contradictions. I'm talking about the light years and exoplanets and all this.
They just been told
they think
that,
that's reality,
Brian.
bro.
No, Brian. They just been told it.
My point is, and feel me out, dude. But just because your mind is free, don't think there ain't a million other people out there, or probably more than that, probably 50 million, who would very much appreciate for their mind to be free. Because I guarantee you right now, maybe you think it ain't harmful, but they think there's a robot on Mars, remote control excuse my language, a remote control freaking robot on Mars, dude. And so that's where I'm coming from. That's why, I mean, but like I said, it should come to the eventual truth, like, with no contradictions, if we're being honest, and that's the level in a perfect world.
Brian, I hear what you're saying, but in essence, what you're saying is that there's always going to be people who love the idea of Star Wars and Star Trek and science fiction and all these space things. Those are the people that might be in it, the NASA fanboys, the ones that wear Star Trek outfits to a Comic-Con. Okay? That's not what we're talking about. That's not the majority of people. If you think that's the majority of people, you need to get out more, Brian. Because the majority of people are just people that work every day. A lot of them work construction. Many of them are surveyors. They just go on doing their daily stuff. They don't give a shit about a robot on Mars. So they hear something and they hear Elon Musk, hey, we're going to go to Mars. Okay, that's great. How's that going to feed my family tomorrow? They don't give a shit. They just don't.
I'll admit this. You might be right. But I will say this. I will put that to the test, and I'll go ask, well, I could say like 500 or whatever, but I'll go ask, I'd probably be willing to do like 100 normal people if they think there's a rover on Mars. So they have to at least listen.
And hang on a second, because fair enough, right? Then I can do the same thing and ask those people, is level horizontal? I can set up a spirit level and say, you know, orientation, vertical? Yeah. Horizontal? Yeah. Is that level is horizontal? Yes, of course it is. Why would you even ask me that?
Point, Kevin. That's my point. That's why I said my first challenge to people was going to be to put two people on the other side of the lake. Remember,
what's more? Hang on, Brian. Brian. What's more real? We're talking about reality.
I'm agreeing with that, bro. Look, and I'm following you because that was my first challenge. I've said that for a long time. Like, dude, I invented this argument here that if we go and to 100 normal people or 1,000, and we just show them in their head two people 20 miles away with an infinitely strong string line, and we pull it down 10 feet in the middle, and if they're strong enough to pull it perfectly tight, could they save their mom from drowning? And I almost guarantee you that anybody who's never heard of this debate will say that yeah, you pull the string line, it's going to straighten out and bring their mom to above the water, right? And so you're right, but that backs up my point, bro. That them same people will say yes, there's a rover on Mars. So that's why I'm saying what we're doing is not in vain. If you're speaking truth, you know, and because people are holding contradictions in their own heads, bro.
That's a contradiction. But again, if any one of those people that think that they believe that there's a robot on Mars, if I said to them, would you bet the life of your child on that? Right? Versus level is horizontal. Yeah. Would you bet your life of your child on that? Which one's a better bet?
Oh my God, that's it right there. Bam, you nailed it.
That is a genius.
That was genius, bro.
I'm just saying, right? Truth is truth. Presenting someone with obvious reality, which you can see right in front of your face, which you can experience, what people experience every day in reality, is so much easier to do than any model. Flat Earth model, globe Earth model, I don't care any other kind of model. So why are we stopping? Why are we waking people to the truth, untruth, unquote, quote unquote, only to hand them another model that's not true? This is the problem. When you have reality, we have reality, and this is what Bev has been trying to say forever. Guys, we have proof in reality, and if you want to take on the globe people because you believe that is keeping people in a state of sleeping and having the wool pulled over their eyes, and it's important to you, here's proof. But no flat earthers want it, Brian. Why? Why don't they want it?
Well, maybe not. Maybe they got to hear more. But dude, I'm so with you, dude.
Dude, how much more do you have to hear? Wait a second, Bev. How long have you been in this? How long has it been since you did your proof at Bedford?
Rob's here. I'm here, right? I'm here.
Yeah, but you guys are. I know. I love you guys. I love Rob Keane. Believe me.
I think.
But guy, you have to. You're not the flat Earth. You're not the flat Earth.
Got to point out the genius.
Yeah,
because look, my one question just turned into three because I was talking about doing the question on Mars, bro. You just bridged the gap so perfect, bro. Listen to this. So this is the three questions I go ask people, and I don't tell them why or nothing. This is perfect, Kevin. Is I say, okay, so first I ask them about the line pulled 10 foot under in the middle and pull it tight. Then I ask them about, is there a remote control robot or whatever on Mars? And then the third question is, and I asked this to every normal person who's never heard of this debate and doesn't give a shit about it, and who will answer it. And the third question is what you just said, is which would you put your money on out of the two? And bro, I bet you almost anything, just common sense, that they would all say, well, if you had an infinitely tight string line, I'd put my money on that. I bet you, dude. And that would, bro, that should go viral right there. That was genius putting them thoughts together. That was genius, bro.
All right. Well, thanks for indulging me. But when it struck me when you said truth, and I'm sitting here going, wait a minute now. We're supplanting something that's untrue, globe, with something that's untrue, Earth is flat. That makes no sense to me at all. So that's the last I'll say about it. I'll let other people talk.
Yeah, the thing is,
you're right, bro. I'll back off.
If that million people were unfortunate enough to come into this arena, would they be fortunate enough to get to the place where their mind would become free?
You did, Elder Bear. So, I always try to think positive, glass half full.
I mean, how many people are free?
That's why it's important to spread this message to all the flat earthers.
You just said Kev was fortunate enough to be in that place, but I don't really see that many people in that place because they are.
Well,
they are
that's
being
what we got to work
shown-
on, bro. If I'm going to use energy, that's what I'm going to work on.
Yeah, but for my place is that they're being shown the contradictions of the globe model, and they're immediately beginning replacement. That's just a speculation. There isn't any. Nobody's making a claim. Nobody says they'll make a claim, or that they have a model, but they present images, measurements, claims. People have these loads of pictures.
Ain't it crazy though, man?
Of flat in the head.
It's crazy, Bev.
But that doesn't lead to free mind. It's just more confusion.
Elder Bear, Bev nailed it right off the bat. You got to admit this, that Bev nailed it right off the bat, because everybody knows that level is horizontal. Everybody knows that, right? And that is the strongest point ever. Everybody knows level is horizontal.
No,
you go ask a million people.
Brian, they don't know it. That's the problem. That's what everybody's been missing. I didn't know it. Right? I thought I knew it because I've been taught it, but I didn't actually know it. It was only once I found logic and I found the ability to be able to prove it that I could truly say, I know level is horizontal. Now, other people say that, but they've never been and done what I've done. So I don't know whether their knowing is the same as my knowing.
I meant that generally, though. Like, if I go ask 1,000 people, like, everybody knows. Like,
that's the difference, Brian. Whenever I'm talking to somebody about it, like Nathan Oakley, he's saying that the Earth's measured flat. But what does he know about that? Because he's not done anything. He's definitely not done anything himself. He's never done any training. He's never done anything. He's never even picked up a sextant. Yet he imagines that measuring an angle with a sextant can get you a horizontal that can prove that the Earth's measured flat. Now, that's a long chain of fallacious reasoning that's built upon something that he doesn't actually know.
And this is the first thing that he wants the new people to hear. He said he spent 10 years, he had nothing. And then he came across this. The Earth is measured flat. And he wants the new people to hear that from the get-go. That's what he wants to sell. That's the initial statement
but
anybody coming into the arena will hear. That's what he wants to imprint into people's minds. Based on what, though? And if you ask him the question and he shuts you down, tells you a retard, tells all his followers to do exactly the same thing to you and shut you down and not listen to you and put you into exile.
Yeah, I hate that, man. I really hate that.
That's what he wants this million people you talk about to hear first. And the people that follow him will repeat that.
Well, I was just trying to think what common sense, And even if it ain't true, if I say everybody knows.
They're full of speculation and giving people all these images, concrete images, but say they don't claim anything. And people are running around with electrostatics and torus fields and ether.
Well, that's, electrostatics is reality,
now an
though, right?
azimuthal grid of vision.
You can't deny electrostatics. I mean, you could claim what it does and all that, or what you know about it, but whatever we're calling electrostatics is a real thing. Whether it's what they say it is, who knows? But it's something, right?
But maybe Brian, how many people actually understand any of that and are just repeating it? Without any
that's not stage one.
Brian, I wouldn't appeal to common sense because this million people believes that we are rotating and stars are not rotating. It is against common sense, because common sense says
Yeah,
that
yeah. I
stars
agree.
are rotating.
I was one of them people, bro. I was one of them people, and I feel like free, like a weight is lifted off my shoulder, just being in reality, or is in my own reality, as close as I feel like I can possibly get to reality. And I think everybody deserves that option, you know. Yeah, there's a way of doing it though, man.
I just want to follow up on what Paper said. I think that's the most poignant thing. It's that believe. It's this is a little bit of my backstory. Before I ever met this group of people, before I came into this arena, I remember hearing a saying, and it made me truly think. And it was the difference between belief and knowing. And when you go down that road, those words have take on different, when you actually know the definitions of them. And you'll start using those words differently. Because like you said, you were using knowing just generally. Well, it's just a colloquialism. When you know the difference between a belief and knowing something, you start, differences. It's like Bev said, he didn't know level was horizontal. When he actually went out and did some things and, did some tests, now he knows. He has a proof. That's the difference. Like, you could take people that just believe the definitions and whatnot. They might say that level is horizontal, but do they actually know it? Knowing is experiencing something. That's it. Over.
Yeah, I definitely ain't arguing that. What's up, Buster?
Yeah, no, I mean that.
Preach on, bro. Preach on, man.
Yeah, that is taught to people when they come into the arena. That's kind of the basis of arguing against the globe model is what do you believe against what you know? Question yourself, do you just believe that? Or do you know it? Do you know anybody who's done that, or do you believe that? But then when you apply that to the flat earth model, however anybody describes it, and you apply that same thing, what do you believe and what do you know? Then all hell lets loose. And they just say, shut the fuck up, get out of here, call the mods.
I think what you're doing, Brian, at the minute, right? You're assuming that you have to tell people it's not a globe. Right? Now I've got a thing on the wall here.
Yeah.
Right? Don't talk of the not that. So why do you assume that you have to tell people of something that it's not? Why do you not just tell people what it is? Like, what you know in reality. Why do you think you need to tell them that it's not something else? Because that's the bit that
and
confused
even if I don't
me
put it like
forever.
that, yeah.
Right now, Elder Bear didn't take him long to come into this. Right, I'm pretty sure that he already knew he had suspicions about whatever he was being told by people. But so now, like the globe to him, he's not even bothered about it. He's just talking about reality, right? Now, since the globe guys don't actually make any claims or any arguments about anything, he's more concerned about the flat earth. Because the flat earthers are the ones that are making the claims now.
We got to give a shout out to Elder Bear though, man, because look, we all can look and see what happened, and he was fast tracked faster than you. I mean, thanks to you and other people in here. I mean, I'm not just giving it all to you. It's a group effort, but he by the collective work of this group really fast tracked himself to reality. So we need to hear more from Elder Bear and his story, because if I'm being honest with even myself, he got the fast track, and maybe it did have to hear some dogmatic BS on both sides to fast track the reality. But I'm definitely interested in hearing more from him, man.
Still hearing it.
That's
now.
a good story,
in
man.
fact, he's hearing it more now than he was before.
Yeah, I mean, I just got into this because it just came along. People were talking about the flat earth, and it just came to me, and I thought, well, I need to look and find out whether this is just a load of crazy guys what they're talking about. What is this about? So that if I came across anybody who was talking about it, I'd have an opinion. That was all. I'd know what they were talking about, and I could have a little conversation and go, yeah. Oh, they're just crazy, those guys. I've looked into it, and what I found was X, Y, and Z. And so, you know, I went searching and listening to people and looking for a deeper understanding. You know, I mean, Eric DeBay was the first person that was pointed out, and yeah, I went to look there, and then Dave Weiss, and then, but I didn't find any depth in that. He wasn't talking to anybody who had any real understanding from the globe side. It was just people who didn't really know much at all and were listening in incredulity mostly. So I then went looking for people who were debating from the globe side, who were, you know, PhDs or professors, and kind of got to Witsit really, because he was talking to people and he was talking in at that time I felt a deeper kind of way, and looking at things much more deeply. Um, but I didn't really have a model in the beginning. You know, there was some subconscious things there, but it wasn't something I was hard and fast stuck to. And you know, yeah, there's space and rockets, and we're spinning, and there's all the planets. None of that. I didn't have any of that deep thing to hold on to, or to have to struggle to let go of. So, you know, it became quickly apparent, yeah, the contradictions. You know, you get to dark matter and dark energy, and you think, well, geez, they don't even know 96% of it. You know, and the people from the globe side are admitting that it's not just a crazy claim from some group of conspiracy theorists somewhere who are on Reddit or whatever, saying, hey, you know, what do you think? Um, you know, the physicists, the top physicists will admit that. You know, so you know, it becomes fairly easy to be pointed out the contradictions and falsify the globe really, and realize that that's doesn't really have a great basis, and to change your paradigm, to begin to look at things in a different way. But I then saw that the flat was being offered as an alternative, and I did apply the same. So I tried to apply the same things that they said about the globe. You know, is not to just
Can I ask
believe
you a
in it
question real
because
quick,
somebody.
Elderberg? Can I
Yeah.
sneak? Let me sneak a question in real quick. But would you be willing to entertain the fact that it was helpful hearing about flat Earth but maybe there's a different way of debating it. But just to find out that the globe ain't the only damn way. That would be what I would call helpful or useful. Would you
Yeah.
say
No.
there's any
Yeah.
truth to that? That it was at least
That was,
useful?
that was helpful. Yeah. If anybody ever comes this way to look, and not, you know, not everybody is. I don't know what leads people to this question, but you know, I was, and yeah, to have those contradictions pointed out, and to look a little more deeply at science and
Yeah.
or what's claimed and things. Of course there is. But you
So
know,
I
I
don't want
didn't.
Bev. So that's my point is I don't want Bev to underestimate the power of logic. You know, because it I mean even Bev will admit it took a while to and if I'm making general claims about levels horizontal, yeah, I mean we all think that, yeah, but as far as going out and testing it and everything, and it's a shame though that the world ain't. That's how we're looking at it. Like it's a shame the world doesn't have logic like we should. But the fact is that we don't, or we didn't, and that's why I'm always trying to brainstorm on what's working and getting the logic out there. That's all.
Yeah, but you know, people have to, you know, discover their own logic. They have to discover logic and discover it within themselves, and how that applies and how it works. I mean, a lot of people have got it, but they haven't really used it or formulated it. Maybe, you know, if you're doing practical things, you have a logical sense of things. So some of this stuff will become more obvious, because you know, if you've done construction or engineering or made anything with your hands, you know, you understand the form of things. And you know, I can build something without a square, without a work table, without, you know, I can put a piece of wood up against a door frame, and use that as a square or a straight edge. You know, I can do lots of things without having to
That's for
have.
me is where the sadness of all this comes in. Like what all? Sorry, thought you
Go
were
on,
done.
carry on.
My bad.
Yeah, no, go on.
Well, just real quick, it was the that's the one of the most saddening things I find with all this is like the one thing that should be viral, I think, in my opinion, is realizing Euclid. Like what you were just talking about, all of those things. That's all realizing Euclid.
Yeah.
Like that should be the one like thumbnail thing on like, you know, hundreds if not thousands of videos, shorts, whatever. Hey, look how I realized Euclid.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
Spread like fire, man.
I guess it's important to get to the place that where I've been branded as being brainwashed by Bev, and that is just a ridiculous, totally ridiculous thing to say. It's because people want to put people into exile, but I came here because people told me not to.
Brainwash with logic, man.
But I never came across Bev in my journey. I didn't. It wasn't. He wasn't apparent to me. He wasn't a big face, a big voice. I never heard him. I heard references
But
to this
see,
guy
man,
Bev, and then they said, "Don't go
that's
there."
how I am, Elder Bear, man. If I get called a Bevite, dude, I'll wear it proud. Like I'll wear it like a badge of honor, dude. You call me a Bevite.
Though,
that's
Brian?
how I was flat earther and
Brian,
shit.
why?
Because what I know about you is.
But it's not me though. It's not me. Like you.
I know
what
it
you
ain't
gain.
you. I know
what
it ain't
you
you.
gain is a logical process. That's got nothing to
That's
do
what
with
I mean,
me.
bro.
It's
right.
only been
you got
made
named for it 'cause you
relevant,
took
right?
charge, though.
It's only been made relevant because everybody's attacking me. What you have to realize is why. It's not me that they're attacking. It's the ability to ask the questions.
Well, you deserve some credit, though, man.
Brian, Elder Bear's found out. It's not me.
Mm-hmm.
It's the questions that you have the ability to ask. Like, the more inquisitive you are, the better you are at asking questions. When you start to ask questions of people that make claims, that's when they come at you.
It's not as though we've had some private meeting
but
here
you're the
and
one eating
conspired
most
and
of the
said,
shit,
"Hey,
dude,
Elder
so you
Bear."
do deserve some of the credit.
Maybe so, because I heard some things spoken about, but there's been no conspiracy. Like, you go over there and you speak this and you say this and this is we'll script you, because I hear that. You know, I can go to 24/7 and see the new guys getting scripted and rolled up and getting prepared to rub shoulders with the guys who've got server mute buttons. You know, and it's pathetic. And you know, that's what's getting me at the moment is this hierarchy of leaders who are already getting themselves into position as the leaders of this community. You know, they say they're not leaders, but they're already in position. They already hold power. They're already silencing people, just like the system they told us to turn away from, the ones to question who are lying to us, who didn't want to give us the truth, who want to silence the dissident voices. And they're doing exactly the same thing. And they're definitely not my leaders.
Ain't that some shit, dude?
They're not people I would trust with anything of mine, any one of mine at all. You know, I just come here.
And even
I
after
just came here
after
and
doing it,
heard some people talking, and it rang true with me. It reminded me of stuff that I learned in my education, of things I know in my life, and connect some things again and put some things together and think, hey man, that's a powerful, simple question. Jeez. And when you ask
I'll
it,
say
and the
what's sad
reaction
about
you
it
get,
though.
You realize you're onto
Good.
something.
Elder Bear, I'll even build on that, because like they're at the point now where they even say out loud that no, they don't want their audience to hear that. They want to protect. They even say they want. I've heard them say it a few times. A couple of them. They want to protect their audience from that. Like what? Who the hell are you to protect? I mean, we're grown men, but and I wasn't saying Bevite. Like I'm saying, if I get called that, anybody who comes here, in which that's gonna make people want to come here. Like, what is a Bevite? You know, what the hell are they talking about? So anybody, whether you hate it at first or not, it's gonna make you look into it. And anybody who does will see it. It is a group. It ain't one person. But you are the one eating most of the shit, Bev. You know, so I'm just trying to give you a little bit of props and shit, man, because I agree with what you stand for, bro.
Brian, but doesn't it ring the bell in your head when Nathan Oakley is saying that he is protecting his audience? How he's treating these people? So he's superior, protecting inferior. So I would feel offended if someone would said something like that to me. I'm not a child, so
Yeah,
he
that
treats these
too.
people as childs, clueless childs, and he's protecting, like father protecting his children, whatever.
But what's he really protecting though? Because we know he don't give a shit about me, you or me. What's he really protecting? You know, and I don't want to go throwing out shit, but I think anybody knows what he's really protecting because I don't think he cares what I think or you think or anybody else on his panel. I don't think he gives a shit what they think. I think he does have something to protect though.
Well, it doesn't matter as long as they keep following, and there's enough people who keep doing that, you know, unless it wears thinner and thinner and thinner. But as long as you have henchmen to deliver the message, then you know it'll keep getting delivered, and you know it goes out from him, and there are people who say have the same words and they repeat what he said, and if you question them, they say you've got some beef with Oakley, but they're saying this, they are saying what he said, and they are carrying out his orders basically. Silence those people.
Useful idiots, man. Useful idiots, Elder Bear. And I will say this: I've got a voice here. Whether y'all don't always agree with what I'm saying. Sometimes, I'm learning. That's one thing I've done. I try to do everywhere I go. But I've got a voice here, and that to me is number one. I don't care what your belief is, and how things are argued. If you don't have a voice or nobody has a voice, then then what's the point in being inquisitive in the first place? Yeah, we're grown men, like you said.
Will your model free us though, Brian?
Man, I'm made up with like model and shit, dude. I'll be honest, man. But like I said, I'm still in tune with reality.
You're working on it with
always.
these guys.
I'm always working on things.
With Witsit and Shane and those, is it a model that will free us?
Man, I'm still trying to figure out what'll free us, man. To be honest, I'm always working on that problem, man.
What free is? Free?
What is free?
I know there's a certain type of people who want to see the math. They want to see a model, so it'll reach some people.
What's
but
math,
then I know
Brian?
there's some people who
what's the math?
I don't know, man. I'm working on it.
How's it going to help you?
No, I'm saying it helps some people. Some people want to see maps and how things could work, even if it's just in their head. Some people like seeing shit like that. If I'm being honest.
Who are those people though? They're the Globers, right? They
people
want you to do that. They want you to draw pictures for them.
Yeah, but there's still people who might question the globe if they see an alternative, whether they are on board with it or not. Just seeing the possibility of an alternative to me is a potential big deal.
Yeah, I have to say that, I haven't been fast-tracked by anybody. This wasn't like, some kind of acolyte who was trained up. I've done this myself, with the help of other people and hearing what other people have been talking about. Luckily, really thankful for that. But this wasn't some kind of strategy to launch some new voice into the arena. It took me quite a while to speak out, and I've got some very things that interest me a lot that I'd really like to ask questions about if I get the chance. Things that are just going ting. Of course, from the help of people like Kev, Paper, Bev, Buster, all the people I hear here, that I can actually hang around here, and just because I do doesn't mean the people tell me go back to your server. I haven't got a server. Yeah, you go back to the on the level server. Well, just because I come here and can talk about my washing machine that's broken and how the kids are and things like that, then that's fine. But there was no fast tracking by anybody or anything like that. It just happens that I spent quite a bit of time listening to lots of people, and was fortunate enough to come to the place I was not told not to come to, and found something there. I might not have done, but I looked and there was something interesting. Some proof.
Yeah. That's gonna do nothing but make people want to check it out, in my opinion. But there's always going to be the types, that are subservient, and but I feel like eventually each and every one of them are going to see what's going on, and not that they're going to change their whole mindset, but they're going to at least see what the hell's going on and give a shit about it.
You think so? I think we've gone
maybe
so
not.
far down, because look at that on the chat there now. That's Betty 4 hours ago. So we started this like on Monday when we made the video. So we're 2 days later. We're in Betty 4 hours ago. He says, I thought you were claiming it is possible to measure the height of a light in the sky. That's what Betty thought. Remember his first thing? Well, he was talking about a quote that Paper made. So now Betty's flipped that entire thing round into him thinking that it was me that was claiming that. Yet he's the one that said the 45 degree was an angle. So what you're dealing with is people that are literally delusional, and anything you say, like a Paper was saying, right? I was hesitant when Paper said it because of this very reason. Anybody says anything on this show, then it will get associated to me. Betty thinks I'm that. Even though, right, I say down here, my statement has always been, with just an angle and no additional information, we cannot determine or conclude anything about geometric properties or relationships. Or you can do fuck all with an angle, for short.
Bro, Betty is not honest with himself, because he's the type of guy to scroll through hours and hours and hours of your streams to try and find one little comment that might lead to you kind of in a roundabout saying that, or shortly after contradicting. He's not honest with himself. So how can he be an honest person? He's not honest. And he don't even realize it. He seems like a decent guy.
There's no difference than
Nathan
Oakley.
We know he's full of shit.
Yeah, well, Nathan Oakley's done exactly the same thing.
No. There's a big difference.
In fact, Nathan Oakley's made a video saying that I've said what you can do with an angle. Nathan Oakley's done that, right? So Nathan Oakley's even worse than Betty. But Betty's just showing us how contradictory these people are. Nathan Oakley and
I think
Betty
is more the enemy. I think Betty is definitely different. He's more your enemy than Nathan is on a deep down level.
No, Betty's came into this because of the logic. He's the same as most people, right? When people come into this arena, they become obsessed with it. And particularly when they find something that contradicts what they believe, their beliefs, then they become even more obsessed with it. We call it a nut-sacking. Because you implement the contradiction and you start arguing against known facts of reality. Even to the point where they're openly ready to contradict themselves. But they can't see it.
Yeah,
they're
but
so
what
blinded
I'm saying is,
by this model affliction.
What I'm saying, Nathan is open and obnoxious about it and not letting you even talk. Betty is literally lying to himself.
So's Nathan Oakley.
He's, no, Nathan ain't lying to himself.
Well, he's not just lying to himself. He's lying to everybody he tells that the Earth's measured flat.
And the softer spoken ones are developing subscription.
Yeah, maybe that was a bad point.
Like pyramid schemes. You know? And that's,
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You're going to get labeled the same as Nathan. I know you don't like it, and but Betty's gonna label you no different than Nathan on the surface, bro. So he's your real enemy, bro. I don't care what you say. You're wrong if you don't believe that.
I don't have any enemies. There's nothing that I have to worry about. I've got my proofs, and I've got my logical thought process. If anybody wants to come and have a discussion, nuts, right, we can improve our rhetoric together. I don't have enemies. I don't have any reason to have enemies.
Yeah, I didn't mean that on a personal level, Bev. I didn't. That might have come off wrong, but I meant like as far as competition. Like, but is Betty in the chat?
No, he only does his dictation like the day after. He goes over it some other time. Say hi to Betty for tomorrow.
So he didn't give a contradiction, and none of them give any contradictions that you said when I told. I didn't think they would.
He'll never go over the contradiction that we've been talking about tonight. Betty won't. He'll find something else that you've said, or that Papers said, or somebody else has said to go over.
Yes, he's based on his comments on someone saying something. So he has no original, his own thought. No such thing like original thought from Baby.
Yes.
He's always referring to someone, basically misrepresenting what someone said or omitting some things in someone's statements. So, and then he's using sophistry. In these comments, we can see that he's contradicting himself. He's putting quotes in wrong places. The old school sophistry. So this is Baby.
And then the other one, right? I can't let this one go as well. Look, 33 replies to this one. FE Dogma. Because he's the other guy that they have sniffing around, right? He goes a different approach. FE Dogma. Bev, the model I picked to falsify is your own model of level is horizontal. That's the model FE Dogma chooses to falsify. Like Blue Marble, they've all got like... Blue Marble's got 9 or 10 videos going over saying that level isn't horizontal. He doesn't have any proof that it isn't. He just says it. FE Dogma is just the same. I've said we've got a proof that a straight line lies within a plane.
Blue Marble Science is he makes some. I've learned some things from his videos. You know, whether it's reality or not. I'm not gonna act like I hadn't learned some things from Blue, but he literally lowered his standards in his last video about you. Like he's just got really nothing to argue. So he's like, he's got you saying when you were questioning a guy about what was it, about something simple like about, oh my God, I can't even remember.
It's so simple area.
But yeah, dude. Like, oh yeah, squared. Like you were messing with that guy, obviously, you know, because none of them knew what a quadratic. None of them knew that a half mile was two. I mean, I don't even got to repeat it. Everybody knew what you was questioning them and pointing out.
Blue Marble Science, so I don't know which his last video was of us, because he's obsessed. He's not. He's been in the chat. I think he's been off today. He might have been. But for the last 2 or 3 days, he's been in like, all day.
Hopefully he'll hear this. And Blue, if you're acting like Bev doesn't understand what squared means, dude, come on, dude. That's like, I mean, I think of you at least coming with a fair argument, whether I agree with it or not. Like if you show something in the background and try and use it as a story poll or something, dude, you know, that's laughable to me, but at least it comes with some level of integrity and at least some verbal argument. But dude, when you're just acting like the guy, you know, who teaches people and learn, and as he's learning on this channel for years and years, like you don't know what squared means, dude, that's kind of chicken shit, Blue. I'd delete that one, bro.
No, that's how he makes his living, Blue Marble Science. He only came in to falsify what we're talking about. There's a whole team of people They don't. They've got to keep the false dichotomy alive.
Usually his videos, provoke a response though from me is another way to put it. And that one was like not really honest, man. Is maybe a better way of putting it.
Well, look at this.
Dishonest.
This is FB Dogma, right? Yeah, it put. I picked the model to falsify is your own model of level is horizontal, right? It's not a model. I've got a proof that a straight line lies within a plane. Now, we do use water levels for that. So, you can say a horizontal and the corollary, right? The enthymeme of it is that level is horizontal. Right, he says, yes, it works over short distances since curvature errors are too small to measure.
Worked on the horizon.
No, he
I'd
says
say
that
beyond that, it doesn't. Beyond that, it's assumptions. That's as far as you're ever going to get it to work is to the horizon.
that's not what the test is, right? I don't say level is horizontal because of the horizon, right? That's not why I have a test to prove that level is horizontal.
I know that's my statement. Like to me, that is provable up to as far as you can see, and not beyond.
It's provable for the tools that you have, right? If you have the right tools, then you could say within that distance, then it's provable. But you have to know how you're going to prove something first. That's not a proof looking at the horizon or saying something like that.
It is hard. Like you've demonstrated that. You have demonstrated that, like trying to go far with these measurements, but I'm just saying within a broad reality, like the horizon, I could, see that it's horizontal and know that it's level just by doing, measurements locally, I meant to say. But I understand what you're saying as far as what you proved. You did a test, you used the instruments the way they're meant to be used, and you laid out the argument and did the proof. I'll give you that.
Okay, so FB Dogma says, yes, it works over short distances. Since curvature errors are too small to measure. Well,
that's why I was even willing to go out as far as the horizon.
Small to measure.
Hell no.
Well, what's he talking about then?
Yeah, he's talking about not that. So
is he contradicting himself in that statement?
No, not directly, but he's smart sophist because he's saying that, of course, level being horizontal works over short distances. It doesn't mean that it doesn't work over long distances. He's not saying that. But some people can make this, may take this suggestion that it will work only over short distances. But this is not what he is saying. He's just saying that it works, and curvature doesn't work because this is too small to measure. So this is what he is saying, literally.
Okay, so 8 inches, obviously 2 inches, too small to measure? I would say not. Like, that's one of the reasons we chose to do the test, right? Because they say that something is measurable. Right, but not finished yet. He says, then a horizontal plane will measure the same elevation at any distance. Now, what does that sound like?
It sounds like Earth being measured flat.
It sounds like Nathan Oakley, right? Measuring horizontal.
We are not measuring horizontal. We establish horizontal.
Yeah. So this FE Dogma sounds a lot like Nathan Oakley, right? Or he's assuming that our test measures horizontal so we can help Nathan Oakley with his measured flat bullshit, right? You've got to read into all of these things and see what's going on. F.E.
I do,
Dogma
man.
will not come and talk about this. He just says these things.
He will not give his rover on Mars, Bev. He will not give up. That's why I bring that up. He will not give up his rover on Mars. And that's all that he's thinking about is his toy that's on Mars.
He's not.
And he won't give it up.
No, he's not.
Guarantee
He's F.E. Dogma. He's the same initials as Flat Earth Debate.
I got you, bro, but I'm telling you, he will get more. You try and take away his rover, and he will get more aggressive than anything else you talk to him about. You're going to see his soul come out if you try and take away that rover.
Missed it.
I've been doing this for too long, bro.
You've
No,
missed it completely.
I got the point.
He's Dogma.
I got the point, bro. I'm not...
He's handing out Flat Earth Dogma. The same as Nathan Oakley. The same. No different. Not at all. So what Flat Earth Dogma is doing,
that's a contradiction.
he's pushing Nathan Oakley's model. He's associating what we do with Nathan Oakley's measurement of flatness.
I apologize. I sincerely apologize. I thought F.E. Dogma was a glober.
He is.
He is. So, but officially.
Then how is he exactly the same?
Look
if we're going to
what
be
he's
technical,
saying. Yes, it works over
just-
short distances since curvature errors are too small to measure. But your model says that since level is horizontal, then a horizontal plane will measure the same elevation at any distance.
Well, a horizontal plane will.
No,
it
won't.
A horizontal plane is a horizontal plane, bro. Now you're starting to sound like Nathan.
Measure a horizontal plane.
I have to. Euclid proved that a horizontal plane. I mean, bro, now you're starting to sound like Nathan. I'm just saying.
No. You are measuring
I got him.
from.
I got him. I'm just messing with Bev, but I got.
Brian, you are measuring from horizontal. You are not measuring horizontal. Just
Yeah, but a horizontal
be
plane
very
follows
careful.
the rules, though, right?
It's a
Of
plane.
Euclid.
Problem is,
Right.
Brian,
That's what
problem
you just
is
said.
that F.E. Dogma is using specific language and he is setting traps. And he is setting traps for you.
Oh, trust me, I got
and
it,
you
paper.
are
I'm
falling
just
into
messing
that
with you.
traps. That's
I
why
got it,
he is
bro.
posting. This is the only reason why he is posting here. To put to set trap, and he's waiting who first will fall into the trap. And apparently you are just falling into that trap.
No, maybe I did, but what was the claim again? A horizontal plane is level.
No.
No, he's saying that Bev, he's not only saying that a horizontal plane is measured flat or whatever, but he's saying that in Bev's model, this is what it is happening. So he's making claim and he's putting this claim into Bev's model, which is non-existent. So it is like a pyramidal sophistry.
Well, I'm not going to agree with that. You know, I was just saying, I just the way it was worded a minute ago, I was like,
it is specific wording. It is for purpose.
Mm-hmm.
It is not accidental.
I guarantee I know that. I know it ain't accidental.
And he says,
I think he
also uses
shit.
this. He goes on to say, I know this is not the truth, since we know that a horizontal plane established by surveying instruments do not measure the same, but increasing elevation over long distances.
So in that sentence, he is building false dichotomy, because he is now opposing this measurement of horizontal, which is not measurement, with increasing of elevation. It is classical false dichotomy.
With a
He's
measurement of
creating
what?
false.
Like
Yes,
that's
It's
the
globe
point.
of nothing.
What's he
Yes.
That's
measuring?
globe dogma. Nothing.
No, that's
Nothing.
flat Earth dogma.
No, whoa. Paper just said, because I'm missing something. I got to know what I'm missing here. So what I just heard from Paper was that FE dogma says that a horizontal plane is not level. He didn't say nothing about the Earth. He said
No.
that level.
No, he doesn't mention
No,
level.
no.
You're hearing that.
Listen carefully. What he
Yeah, okay.
said. Horizontal plane will measure the same elevation at any distance. This is what he says.
So he did
about
mention
Bev.
elevation. Okay, sorry. Go
Okay,
ahead.
wait. And now this claim that horizontal plane, because it is a claim, horizontal plane will measure the same elevation at any distance. Now, this sentence is part of false dichotomy. And to this sentence, what I've already read, he's opposing to that the thing that it do not measure the same, but increasing elevation over long distances.
Right, that's what I thought I heard too. But
he's
we all agree that a
creating
horizontal
false
plane will always
dichotomy.
measure. We do definitely all agree that a horizontal plane will always measure as a horizontal plane,
No.
no matter where it's at.
No.
What are you? A horizontal plane won't always be a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Yes, it's not measured. You do not measure horizontal plane. You have established.
That's one of Euclid's freaking postulates. What are you talking about? I can extend straight lines on the same plane. I can't extend straight lines and make a plane, a circle.
Yes, but
I'm missing something, bro, because I didn't hear nothing about the Earth mentioned, and I'm missing something big time. Because you said he didn't say elevation, Beth. He most certainly did say elevation.
Measure, Brian. Measure.
He said that horizontal plane will measure the same elevation at any distance. So he's saying that horizontal plane will measure something. It is just double nonsense.
So the horizontal plane is a horizontal plane. But he says on one model, it measures the same, and on the other model, it measures not the same.
But won't a horizontal plane always measure a horizontal plane?
No, horizontal plane is always a horizontal plane.
Right? That's what I mean.
It doesn't measure anything.
In both models and in reality, right? Now, here's the difference. On one model, horizontal measures the same. That's the one that Nathan Oakley calls the flat Earth measured flat. Right? Now, on the other model, both of these are not reality, right? But the other model, horizontal, doesn't measure the same. And that one, they call the dogmatic globe.
Is it fair to call that section of canal you measured a plane?
No. Well, the canal...
What would I call
it? What do you mean we measured? Again, like you're
no,
using words.
No, I'm not trying to extend it out to Narnia. I'm saying, is it fair to call the surface of the canal that you measured a plane?
Brian, didn't measure the canal.
Or the water levels. You know what I mean?
I didn't measure them.
But is it fair to call them that?
This is where you're going wrong, Brian.
Okay. No. I'm with you, bro. Wait, you're pushing me off the bus, and I'm not trying to fall off, bro. I'm asking, even if you didn't measure it, is it fair to call the surface of the canal, over 100 feet or 10 feet even, or 150 feet? Is it fair to call the surface of that canal a plane?
No, it's not a plane. There's ripples.
Okay.
The canal is not a plane. The canal's a canal.
What's a plane then? What is a plane? I mean, I only asked you that because that's the best real world example I could give would be the surface of a calm canal or something. You know, I wasn't thinking about ripples. What can we equate to a plane in reality, if not the surface of the canal over 100 feet?
A plane's two-dimensional, Brian. Length and breadth.
Right. Surface of the canal. That's what I mean. I know.
There is
What can we?
There is nothing in reality that is 2D.
You're right, but so there's nothing there. A plane does not exist in reality. Why do we even use the word?
Because it is our.
I think you're being difficult on purpose, man, and I'm not trying to be, bro. But
it is our.
I'm kind of being forced into a corner here.
Brian, it is our geometrical reference. This plane, because it doesn't matter if it has a physical representation or not. Because even if I will give you that water at rest, the surface of water at rest will create a plane or whatever, we are not talking about measuring anything here, because the contention is this word measuring. He's using this word for purpose.
But I'm just saying, like we could. I don't believe. I mean, I think you get a little too strict with plane just for the sake of arguing. Like to me, like the surface of a mirror, just the surface, just the surface. I think we could measure the two-dimensional surface of a mirror as a plane, and describe it as a plane.
You could say a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, right? Does that plane exist, Brian?
So that's measured, but that's still using but we're measuring it though.
Measuring what? What have you measured?
This mirror surface.
What have you measured though? The area.
The surface of the mirror.
The area, the length and the breadth.
Yeah, I can measure anything. Not anything. I can measure how high it is. And in relation to itself, I can measure, the area of it.
You've measured the height of the horizontal plane. You've measured the size of the horizontal plane.
Relative to itself, I could.
No, you've just measured the size of it, and
I can make it horizontal,
location.
Right?
You
can I orientate it horizontal? I need to know this. If I'm messing up, I really genuinely need to know this. Can I orientate something in reality horizontally?
Yes.
Yes, but he is saying horizontal plane will measure the same elevation. This is nonsensical statement.
A horizontal plane is in reference to itself. It will always be level with itself. The only way to measure anything is in reference to something else.
It means that it cannot measure itself.
Yeah, it's a measurement
I think he's wrong.
From it, Brian, or to it.
Or itself, to itself, one end to the other.
No.
Or one corner to the other.
Think about the measuring rod, Brian. What are you measuring?
Nothing. All I'm doing is seeing a height at the bottom of my tape measure.
Or a distance that the ground is away from the horizontal plane.
No, I'm not. All I'm doing is seeing a number through a scope that is perfectly horizontal, okay? And all I can do is compare one spot to another. I can do nothing else. Unless you want to get, I could use the stadia hairs, but I'm talking about as far as just the instrument itself, I can only tell you what something is relative to something else. All I can do is read the height of the tape measure and subtract that and tell you what the bottom is, and then do it in another spot and compare the two. So a horizontal plane, whether I just feel like that, we can reference surfaces as planes in reality, and that's why I think they're useful. And I think he's wrong because of that. He's saying that horizontal plane is not a horizontal plane.
No, he is.
That's
He's
ridiculous.
saying a horizontal plane is a horizontal plane. It measures not the same. But since it doesn't measure anything to start off with, you can't measure it being not the same. So you're trapped
All-
in a
all
word
the same.
game with a load of guys that are making fantasy up. And
Yeah, I see
this
what you're
guy
saying
is
there.
in
I'm with
cahoots
you on
with
that.
Nathan Oakley.
But it will always be the same because it's only measured relative to itself.
It's not
I would
measured,
say, but
though,
yeah, I
Brian.
see your point now.
Yeah. You establish the horizontal and you measure from or to it. It's the same as any measurement of flatness would be a measurement of 0. And is a measurement of 0 a measurement?
No.
It's not. Well, you can't measure it flat. You can't measure it horizontal. Because that would be a measurement of 0. And 0 isn't a measurement. Therefore, it cannot be done. Yet, Nathan Oakley and F.E. Dogma are both in cahoots with their measurement of horizontal.
0 is not a first order measurement, though. I believe I can make I can make something horizontal in reality. I don't see why that would get any contention whatsoever. I can make something horizontal by definition in reality. I feel like I could, maybe not locally. I mean, I could show ways to show that the horizon is horizontal. I wouldn't, I wouldn't go throwing that out there too much, but I don't know, man. I think you're trying to take horizontal from me now, man. I'll give you flat. I ain't giving you horizontal.
Brian, maybe I will bring another example. If you have a ruler 1 meter long, so can you say that this ruler can measure itself as a meter? Or you can say that it is already established, so it cannot measure itself. You can measure meter distance by putting this ruler to something else to compare this ruler to something else. But you cannot compare ruler to itself because it is just nonsense. The same thing is with that horizontal plane, that because measurement is comparison unit to other thing. So you cannot measure horizontal.
No, you just said what I said. Yeah, relative to itself is the only thing you can do.
Yes, so he's.
So I wouldn't describe that like a ruler. I think, but I see your point, bro.
So the problem is with this F.E. dogma that he's saying about measurements that are not existent, and he is creating false dichotomy between measurements of the same elevation, which are not existence, and then he is creating opposition to that, and this opposition is increasing elevation, which is non-existent anyway. So
I get paper. I get that, but I'm saying what we used to do around here that I think we lost touch with, or what y'all used to do more than me. I'm kind of including myself, but is like get them to. We would have F.E. dogma saying that horizontal is not level, not even for an inch. That level is not horizontal. And instead, we're like pushing this in a whole different direction. Like, which I understand.
That's not what F.E. dogma says. F.E. dogma says over short distances, yes, it is.
Yeah.
Because you cannot measure. Right? But then he says over distance, you can measure.
Ask him
what are you measuring? The horizontal's not measuring the same. Yet the horizontal is always horizontal.
So direct question to F.E. dogma. At what distance does level stop being horizontal? Or vice versa?
They won't answer. Because they are the same.
And anybody who hears them not answering that.
At every point, they'll tell you it is the same. In fact, that's where level is horizontal on their model. Everywhere.
And always perpendicular to vertical.
Okay, sorry,
Everywhere.
I have to go to bed. So good night.
Yeah,
Thank you very
thanks,
much.
Paper. See ya.
Paper.
Good night, Paper. I enjoyed, bro.
Yeah, level is horizontal everywhere. But he's saying it measures differently, which is an impossibility because horizontal doesn't measure anything anyway. It's strange to have to go over this stuff with this guy, because this guy's flat earth dogma. And so's Nathan Oakley. Literally, dogma is that the
your
earth
point wasn't
is...
lost on me, bro. I got it.
Brian, the dogma at the minute that's being handed out by Nathan Oakley is that the earth is measured flat. Now, what he means by that is horizontal. So he's saying the earth is measured horizontal. Now, I know this for a fact because he said it to me. He said it to Elder Bear as well. Whenever you talk to him, you mention vertical or horizontal or anything, and he'll say thank you. Because that's how he measures the earth as flat. Right? Measuring an elevation angle. Put a horizontal there. That's measuring the earth as flat. So Nathan Oakley is literally handing out the flat earth dogma.
That was powerful, Bev. Right now, like Nathan or somebody needs to get this to him, that we can easily point out that I know that they try and do it on a grand level, but on a local measured level, they will agree that level is horizontal. Okay, on a local level, that should be the argument being put out. I think you originated that, or whoever, whatever team, but that's basic, and they will most certainly not argue that locally. I mean, anything we build, anything in reality that we're measuring, level is horizontal. That's powerful. I think it's understated.
Well, it's not. It's a statement of fact. Everyone's going to agree with, and they do. Yet that they say there's something wrong with that. Nathan Oakley thinks that's how you prove a flat earth, by telling everybody it's measured that way. But there's a non-existent measurement that isn't a measurement. I mean, you can measure nothing right there now, can't you? Is that the same as a measurement of flatness?
No, but I understand what Nathan has been called and categorized as. Like I said, I can't go back in time, but but for him putting his foot down against logic is fucking ridiculous. But I do understand his point. Like that's what has made him, just by him saying level is horizontal, is what makes him a flat earther. That's why Effie Dogma will call other people flat earthers. And yeah, I think we need to find a way to correct this shit, man.
You
I'm on board with it.
It's not going to work, Brian. Calling people that say level is horizontal flat earthers just won't work because it's not true.
He's calling himself a flat earther, right? He's calling himself one, basically.
You could go and try and see what happens. And I kind of thought that people have been around.
See what happens.
Because you've been around a long time too, Brian. I'd have thought that people have been around and had, maybe held a bit of respect in the community would be able to say these things. But
yeah, you'd think that you'd be wrong, bro. Because,
I am wrong.
Like
I
tried talking to him a little bit, like kind of just tippy toeing in with a couple questions, bro, and I got put right on his team somehow. Like, but yeah, we know what happens over there, bro. That's comical. Yeah, nobody going to get respect from that man. That man will not respect anybody, period, who disagrees with his script. Period. I don't give a fuck if it's anybody on his panel. If QE disagrees with his script, then, they're very careful not to butt heads, But Chocolate, Brian, Sleeping Warrior, Adam, if they disagree on anything, then he will see how much respect he has for you. And it's zero. So there's nobody, no loggerheads, no logic people, no, free-minded, no gifted thinkers, no imaginative flat earth thinkers. If it doesn't matter, you don't go along with that script, and you will see how much respect he has for you. So point not lost.
Perverting it at the minute, Brian. As you well know, FE dogma and flat Earth debate, all of the initials FED, right? They're all the same. They're perverting this. Nathan Oakley has people saying that's not an argument. John, his friend, Refracted Curvature, states that arguments just aren't arguments. He says we're using words incorrectly. That's how Nathan has his team of people rebut arguments that sort of go against his narrative. But if you look at this, still got it on screen here because FE Dogma's not gotten away. He says, the irony is that you have even measured this elevation gain. He thinks I've measured an elevation gain of the horizontal. That's how delusional he is. That's FE Dogma. Nathan Oakley thinks because I talk to a surveyor about level, not curving, he thinks we've measured the earth flat. They're both the same. There's no difference. They're both doing the same thing. And in the end, all it ends up with is within this arena, within this particular narrative, anybody that says level is horizontal, what happens to him? They get labelled as a flat earther. If anybody goes out there into the real world and starts talking about level curving, they're going to be flat earthers too. Because it sounds nuts. In fact, nobody will go out there, out of this arena, and talk about level curving. Because you would be considered crazy. If you were to go out there into the real world and expect people to believe level curves, then it wouldn't happen, Brian. As you well know.
Do we all agree here that a horizontal plane is level?
I can prove it. I have proved it.
Okay, I was just checking, man. I agree you proved it.
Well,
I don't think you show that enough.
Brian,
no?
You can't agree that I've proved it. That doesn't work like that. It's not how proofs work.
I see some measurements you did on Discord. Like I do my own measurements. Like I've literally went along the water. I had to go along the water's edge, but I've literally done it. I swear to God on my life, bro. On everything I love.
Brian,
I've done it.
You've not understood the
I'm trying.
Realising Euclid test at all. And that's probably on purpose, right? Because we didn't publicize it when we did it just for ourselves. I couldn't stream it on YouTube, obviously, because I was at the side of the canal with the water levels.
I've seen it, though, bro. I've seen it. You had water levels, right? You had water levels, and you had an auto level out. And this is what I remember seeing. Tell me if I'm wrong. I remember you showing the auto levels. I mean, the water levels through the auto level. And I think it was like, I forgot what it was, 42 or 52 inches or whatever. They were all exactly the same. That's what I remember. It's a long time ago.
No, that wasn't the Realising Euclid test. That was just us planning and doing some pre-tests.
Well, what exactly was Realising Euclid?
Establish we didn't have an auto level. We just had water levels arranged in a geometric way.
Can you describe it?
Isn't it a good job we didn't let anybody else really into it? And isn't it a good job that nobody understood it, right? Because if anybody did know what we were doing, then Nathan Oakley would be using it as a proof for his flat Earth.
Yeah, but he wouldn't be using it against you if it was your set. What I'm saying is that no, he might stretch it, right? But what I'm saying is if there are people out there who are saying that if level curved, okay, because there are people out there saying that level and they curve, okay, so they would say that your water level
mad people,
curve.
Brian.
Yeah, but how did you prove that it didn't? Just with the Euclidean math? Is that what the point is?
Geometry, yes.
Fair enough.
Geometric principles. Straight line. Shared straight line segment. Geometric principles. Radius. Being a straight line. Yeah. It's pretty easy when you see it and you link the two together. That's why it's called Realising Euclid, right? Because we use Euclidean principles and we make them real in reality. We show how you can actually make it real.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go on, Brian. Rob, sorry.
No, it's Rob. I just wanted to say, if they understood geometric principles, they would understand that when they do their celestial navigation, it's all two-dimensional.
Well, they imagine they can do fantastic things with angles, so they don't really seem to understand the geometric principles, right? That's
all the formulas are
two-dimensional in the first place.
For boat models. Rob's right though. For boat models, their geometry that they're trying to apply is two-dimensional for either model. And they're both assuming shit. I will admit that. Like even when I use it, I'm assuming shit.
So he says the irony if you measured it in your globe with your own photos, which you show your auto level targeting Blackpool Tower 100 feet higher than the elevation of your auto level. Who made that measurement? There's a really funny story, right? For why
I appreciate it, man.
There.
It's always a pleasure, bro. And I'm gonna head out. And
all right. Thanks a lot, Bri.
Yeah, take care, Brian.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I'm getting there, man. I'm starting to see exact. I mean, I'm nothing's lost. Anything y'all say ain't lost on me. I'm just, trying to make sense of it in my own mind. You know what I'm saying, Bev?
Yeah, well,
keep on trucking, Brian.
You carry on doing what you do, Brian, but just know that this is all based around contradictions, and you can't really take this position within the flat Earth because the flat Earth is the contradiction, right? It's a contradiction in itself. One of the models that
I definitely acknowledge that. I acknowledge that. I definitely acknowledge that, man. That'll be my final words, bro. Peace out, guys.
Yeah, all right. Gods, I have the idea, right? 2D and a plane. 2D is the length and breadth, 2 dimensions, length being one, breadth being the other. That's 2 dimensions. That's called a plane. That's a geometric term that we use. Now, flat is not a geometric term, it's a reality thing. And flat is as close as you can get to that plane in reality. Now, it's a visual surface descriptor, right? Because everything in reality is 3D. So, of course, you can't actually have 2D or a plane because they're geometric concepts, mathematical ideals. So flat is as close as you can get to that. Now, if you get a microscope or whatever, at some point you'll find out that it's not actually flat because there's a measurement of how close to flat it is. So there you go. It's just a visual surface description or descriptor or whatever. That's it. Look hard enough, you'll find out that yes, it's not actually 2D. Nothing is. Can't be. Flats are sort of it's a bad thing, and obviously Robotham lied to you and gave the idea of flat Earth. It's a nonsense. It's a misnomer. It's an oxymoron. Can't possibly be true. But FE Dogma imagines that when we went out to, we went over to Geos to show people what you can actually do with Discord, how you can live stream cameras and stuff from auto levels directly into Discord so people can see it. We tried to show that to Geo over there, thinking that they might be interested in it, what we were doing. So what we did was we went to Falsify, a fraudulent surveyor called, he called himself the main surveyor. I call him the guy that may or may not be from Maine, because he's definitely not a surveyor, and he lied about that, so he could possibly lie about where he was from too. But we went there to falsify some measurements that he made to show everyone. And from that, over at Geo's, the Globe guys decided to come up with this thing here that FE Dogma's talking about. Some sort of a measurement that was never made of 100 feet. Somewhere in the distance, in the background of a shot. That's where we ended up at. So we'll be going back over that to show people exactly why we went there to do that. So FE Dogma, say thank you very much to FE Dogma for showing us how FE Dogma and Nathan Oakley are after the same thing. He says there, you say that horizontal does not change in elevation ever, yet your photos, we see the elevation of your auto levels horizontal going from 1.2 meters above the beach in Southport to 100 feet in Blackpool. Well, that's like 13 miles away. Auto levels don't do that. He's just imagined it. FE Dogma. This is where you get your arguments from. This is where you get your dogma from. Nathan Oakley's handing out dogma. FE Dogma is handing out the same dogma. They have to imagine all sorts of ridiculous things. Flat Earth. Blue Marble Science is doing the same thing. If you took every point on the surface of the Earth and averaged out all of the highs and lows, think smoothing it out with a trowel, what shape would the resultant surface be? Equal elevation, a mean, there would just be a point, right? That's how you work a mean. Are you talking about a mean Earth flatness? Is that what you're talking about? I don't know. It's hard to work out what you're talking about. Like the mean is just an average. It's a point, right? And since you're measuring highs and lows, it's an elevation. Same as the sea level, like the mean. It's just a point on the vertical, right? Doesn't really have a shape. The same as Nathan Oakley's misunderstanding of the mean. Am I wrong? Like, so we've got 2024. You guys, Flat Earth, have made a model, and strangely enough, Globe guys aren't really bothered about it. Well, not these guys anyway. Not the people that with Blue Marble. I don't know what Nathan Oakley thinks. You've got Adam Meakin redesigning certain numbers for people, even when nobody really understands the traditional bog standard 8 inches per mile squared. People, I'm having a guy on Twitter today called On the Level Plane. Imagine that. Imagine somebody naming themselves that, and he's talking about surveying, giving surveyors a bad name. Nathan Oakley's trying to assume that all surveyors are flat earthers, which is a pretty bad idea, I would say. Flat GPT. Nope, wrong. It was a trick question, like a brilliant trick question. If you averaged out the heights of all of the points on the surface of FE, you'd still have an FE. And on a globe, you'd still have a globe. Wow. Do you not understand what a mean is? Flat GPT. I really don't think you understand. I don't think you understand what a mean is. Do you understand what a mathematical mean? We are very bothered. We want to know what this new model is. Well, go and have a look. It's all over. I mean, you're in the wrong place here. This is just a YouTube channel. Go and get on Twitter. It's all over the place. They're touting Whitsitt as the new flat Earth god. He's a genius, apparently. I don't know what you're doing coming over here having a go at us. We're just talking about reality. There's nothing to worry about here. If you're after the flat earthers, then go and have a word with Whitsitt and Shane. They've got a model. They've got thousands of people watching them. They're schooling Globers. They're doing all sorts of things. We're just here trying to correct statements that are said by really weird people. Yeah, that's Return of the Mac or Giggles, Wiggles. Take your pick. Probably hundreds of different accounts. Come on in. We know you won't. Rather weird night again tonight. I'm not too sure how many more of these I can do with a derailment by flat earthers. I know it's nice to have Brian over, but I think we've gone past that. Single value would be all over. No, it would be at a point. You would establish it at a point on the vertical datum. Not all over. You don't establish a mean all over. you'd have to establish a mean to be able to measure all of the differing heights to start off with. So you'd establish your mean sea level, then you'd measure all of the heights of the land associated with all of those means, then you'd add all of those heights up together and establish a mean of the land relative to the mean of the sea level. I mean, how's that difficult? How can you not work that out? Why is one of them all over and the other one's just a point? What's the difference? Oh, flat GPT. Imagine smoothing the earth over. I can't. That sounds ridiculous. Yeah, okay. Enough of the fantasy flat. In your amazing imagination. Let me get some Buster ready. I think tomorrow, I don't know, I'd like to go over some more reading, or hopefully we'll get some more of the thingy done, but we'll have to see how it goes. Smoothing. Would you start at the Grand Canyon, or would you I don't even know whether it would be possible. It's a truth in all honesty. Which one was that? Wisdom. Is it? Was it wisdom? I think so. Yeah, wisdom in all honesty. Okay, thank you very much. Pop into Discord.
No, Bev.
What?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, anytime. Well, Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. Pop into Discord. Anytime. Okay, thank you very much. We'll be back Friday, but pop into Discord. Come and have a chat. It'll be good. See you Friday.
It is probably the single most important mathematical idea of all. The notion of proof by circle and line or ruler and compass construction means that geometry can be known about in a way that is different from knowing about physical things, and so makes geometry epistemically differentiated. Furthermore, starting from circles and lines alone and constructing a relationship using circles and lines alone makes the conclusions certain in a way that nothing else was at the time. In geometric reasoning, the argument and the conclusions were made supremely clear and evident to the senses. Indeed, the concept of proof, a mechanism that gave a warrant for claiming geometry to be perfectly and absolutely true, made geometry the very paradigm of what we mean true and certain knowledge to be. In effect, in our understanding of nature, true means true, like geometry is true.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These These are the axioms of life.
True.
And I take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I find the proofs in reality. 'Cause they were right.
We call this
We know that they were right.
true. We call this proof. Like geometry is true.
Starting with circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known.
We call this proof.
Conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly. And I take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I find the proofs in reality.
Like geometry is true. Perfectly. Absolutely.
When all around you is sinking sand, you'll have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you.
Absolutely true.
Open your mind, and I'll take my chances with the older ways, hearing the words of what the ancients said. They say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty.
True.
Come go with me, open your mind. Come go with me, we'll find the truth.
True.